High pressure is covering most of the East Coast. Aloha, AJ. I'm glad you're here. Isn't Vegan Zombie on right now? Aren't you usually on his live streams? Someone just told me he's on right now. I go, what is he doing on Friday night? I don't think that's a regular time for him. But I'm glad you're here. 18 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, you're. I know most of the.
Yo, what's going on, everybody?
People keep reporting this problem of the Cybertruck not being able to drive in the snow. And Tesla isn't going to be able to fix this problem with a software update or even a recall because it's baked into the design of the truck. This guy said he had to pull over every 10 minutes to clear the snow off his headlights, but he still loves the truck though. See, the thing is that this light bar across the hood of the Cybertruck does not contain the headlights. The actual headlights are these little slivers way down here.
God.
The bar across the top is just a daytime running light that.
Wow.
Fuck Palestine.
Oh, I agree. Fuck Palestine, indeed. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps. How did the hospital go? Well, I went early in the morning, so I didn't have to wait. And then the doctor said everything's fine. So that's that. Wow, this Cybertruck is so terrible. I'm like learning every day that it's more terrible than I even realized. You cannot drive this in snow because the headlights get clogged up.
Doesn't really help you when you're driving in the snow. This headline says Tesla tells workers on Cybertruck line no need to report to work for the next 3 days. That's weird. Anyway, the big problem with this headlight design is that they're connected to the bumper, which creates this flat square ledge that sticks out in front of the headlights. This is not something that Tesla could easily fix. It would require an entire redesign of the front end. So even if you get good winter tires and chains for your Cybertruck like this guy did, it would not be a good idea to drive it in the snow. Otherwise, you're going to be stopping every 10 minutes to get out and scrape off the headlights. Also, going back to this example, I don't know if you noticed this, but this Cybertruck, people keep reporting this problem of the Cyber.
Jeez. That is remarkably stupid.
Wow, damn, I'm really looking swole. Am I still the same lifter as I was, a few weeks ago when I was natural? Man, all this trend is really just blowing me up. Exercise selection, volume that you should be targeting. Now, as the name suggests, the triceps are actually composed of 3 separate heads, which sounds like quite the night out. The long head, the lateral head.
Why did I go to the hospital? Because I have pain in my left testicle, and I've also had a massive reduction in appetite, and I can't sleep. Why is the scaling so fucked here? Did they do an update to... Yeah, I think they did. This GT3 racing rant. I'm not really into GT racing.
Medial head. Now, the lateral head is this horseshoe bro up here. The long head is the sweepy boy down here. And then the medial is sort of this small chunk that you can kind of see here, but mostly is kind of hard to see. Now, you might have seen graphics like this, where it's like, do this.
Worth the watch.
Let me take a look.
So I felt like a boot off the throat. Like every morning I wake up happier than the day before because all of these forms of repression that I just had gotten used to.
Hallelujah.
Disappeared so far up there.
Okay, we can take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, LAG.
What's up, nigger Burgess? Frank has some new shorts.
Okay, that's good. Let's take a look at Frank. Thanks for the donation, massive diarrhea slut. Yep. Okay, he's drifting further and further into madness.
These secret society gang stalkers are coming after my business. I received an email from Shopify that they received a court order to furnish sales, all this private documentation about my business, because the person that sued me is trying to garnish money from the Shopify store. However, there's several issues with this. One, the court judgment did not issue monetary damages yet. So
this is Paul Saladino, right? This has to be related to the Paul Saladino lawsuit. So, that's why he's not mentioning who's suing him. Every fucking time he gets sued or somebody comes after him, he doxes them, and he's never shy of, like, releasing their address or full name or whatever. So I read some of the court documents with his Paul Saladino lawsuit. The court ordered him to not ever mention Paul Saladino's name. So that's why he's not doing that. Oh, that's hilarious.
their lawyer is acting fraudulently, trying to get money before the crooked judge is even allowing it. And then they say, we require you to provide documentation of your request to the court within 4 business days of your notice to us. But the main issue I have here is that it's the wrong LLC. These dummies going after me sued the wrong LLC. However, Shopify hasn't noticed that. The LLC that they received a court order for, Frankie's Free Range Meat, is not the correct one. My business is Free Range Meat. And then I said in this email, the judge has not issued any sort of monetary judgment. And you can see that on page.
I think he's just lying. Like, what?
Elon threw the Roman to appease 4chan incels. Bannon's taking over this role because Elon is Trump's new fav toy. They want to lead 4chan into a QAnon. It's all part of the plan for the chess delusion.
Let me take a look.
Where are you from? I was born in Jerusalem. Folks from USSR said that expelled into real socialism. My question is to you is this. What do you think about foreign aid to Israel? Is it a strategic partnership?
Israel is a partner of the United States, but people in Israel got to understand something. The number one enemy to the people in Israel are American Jews that do not support Israel and do not support MAGA. Okay, MAGA and the evangelical Christians and the traditional Catholics in this country have Israel's back. They have the Jews' back. The biggest single enemy to the Jewish people are not the Islamic supremacists. The biggest enemy you have is
It's the Islamic supremacists.
inside the wire. Progressive Jewish billionaires that are funding all this stuff. They are the number one enemy, and the people in Israel have to set that right. Because MAGA has your back, traditional Catholics have your back, and evangelical Christians have your back. We will always have the back of Israel. But I got to tell you, you have an enemy inside the wire.
Well, that's nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard.
On the official legal filing website. And after seeing this nonsense, I immediately filed 2 new court cases against the opposing counsel for this fraudulent activity. And then I showed proof the LLC in the court order is not even active. So who are these clowns at Shopify legal team that are monitoring this? They're not even reading my emails or verifying the correct information. I could just send
Why is this font in Comic Sans? Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, he might have fucked up here. See, Tufano versus Saladino, I was right. You can see right here, the court document says Tufano versus Saladino. He's probably violating the court order by having this video up and showing Paul Saladino there. But why in the fuck does he have a legal document that has Comic Sans font?
And random court orders to people's Shopify stores and steal their money? What is going on here? And then after I send all that information in, showing that the court order has the incorrect LLC, that monetary damages haven't even been issued yet, and that I have submitted 2 new court filings, they sent me an email stating that they didn't receive any information yet. So this is really scary to me. I don't know what's going on. I don't really know what to do. Of course, I have a lawyer that hasn't really been working in my interest, but I feel like there might be an insider at Shopify that's working against me, because this is really, really strange and really, really unusual. I sent multiple emails to Shopify, and now I'm wondering if I have to file a federal lawsuit against Shopify themselves for this misconduct. This is the reason I'm posting this video online. Hopefully it gets enough views and enough attention.
What a delusional, retarded idiot.
For them to help me and for someone to notice what's going on here. Because this doesn't make any sense to me. Legally and logically, the correct procedure isn't being done. And
so he's probably just fucking retarded, and there's a court order that he's not aware of.
And the main problem is the opposing counsel's lawyer is a complete fraud, and he's doing this
yeah, that's why you lost the lawsuit, right?
Legitimately.
What a dumbass.
A lot of you guys...
Holy shit.
My king, enjoy the gesture.
Let me take a look.
A couple of months ago, I'm reading the newspaper, and I come across an article about a priest in my hometown who just got arrested for molesting an altar boy at the exact same church where I was an altar boy growing up. That was horrifying to read. That could have been me if I'd become a priest. A couple of months ago, I'm reading the newspaper, and I come across an...
Well, that was not funny at all. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
They're still commenting on the Lexus video, and I'll give you an update, but I'm dealing with a lot of negative things in my life right now, so if you guys want to help me by sharing the other videos, letting people know what's going on, and if you can, go to frank-tufano.com. You can check out my businesses and support me through those. That's the best way to help me get through this. But we did leave the car at the dealership that day that video was filmed. Now, I had a police officer come at the time of the vehicle return just to document that the vehicle was being left there to have a police report. I then had a document notarized just explaining the whole situation. Vehicle was defective. It was returned within 24 hours. I'm exercising my federal right of rescission. And then I also let them know that I did file a state lawsuit. Waited until Monday for the courthouses to open up, drove over to Scranton, filed a complaint against all Motor World operating corporations in the Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania, Lackawanna County. This basically explained the fraud that occurred and also why their arbitration clause should be voided. These documents were overnighted to both Motor World and the financing bank, Ally Bank, just to make them aware of the situation, that the vehicle was returned and that there's litigation and that there's a big issue going on. So I haven't heard back. I'm assuming they're just going to kind of reverse the transaction and everything, because my credit card company did give me my money back, and I don't think that anyone they've personally dealt with has gone to this level to get their money back from a vehicle.
So Frank bought a car he couldn't afford, and then he panicked and then tried to do everything he could to return it.
Like literally filing a lawsuit themselves the next day and providing all that proof and everything. So I think I did as much as possible and stuff. So and
Why is he even posting about this? Like, he's just at a... I don't get it. I think he just likes being a victim or something.
Why the fuck didn't you get on earlier to debate Godlogic and Jay Dyer? They were doing a stream, you coont fuck fag. Also, when are you gonna do some Earl content? Your channel is going to completely die and you will have to apply at Tim Hortons.
Well, I took an afternoon nap and then I was working out, so that's why I wasn't on earlier. And I don't know what you mean by IRL content. Like, I live in a sort of rural area, and it's winter, and it's cold and snowing like crazy. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go outside and show you a tree? Thanks for the donation, though, man. You donated $2.
Since I'm not Mormon, what would I have to do to pull you?
Take missionary lessons and get baptized and get married in the temple with me.
What if I serve in Chirac?
Is that China?
Black History Month? Or the Book of Mormon?
Don't care.
Once you get a Japanese toilet, there's no going back. Nobody wants one, but once you've had one, the gap between having a Japanese toilet and going back to dry wiping is about equivalent to the yawning gulf between using a conventional toilet and shitting in a hole in the garden, okay? Anybody getting their kitchen done? Tip, get 2 dishwashers. And you're gonna think, this guy's nuts. Why on earth would you have 2 dishwashers? I'm not running a catering operation, right? It only makes sense when you really think about it. When you have 2 dishwashers, you never have to empty the dishwasher. You have a dirty one and a clean one. And you take plates out of the clean one, eat off them, put them in the dirty one. And when it's finished, that is now put it in the narrative, except when you want a plate.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Dude, I think this is awesome.
This was Joe Rogan's first ever. There's been a lot of funny talk lately.
If you could, like, help it, could you please not link me videos that are literally just made by a fucking AI that's put together with stupid fucking horse shit that's made to, like, just be clickbait garbage? If you could please help it. Thank you. Thanks for the donation, you.
Can you not sleep because you are depressed and stressed out from missing Jasmine?
I don't miss Jasmine, and I'm not stressed out and depressed. Thanks for the donation, dude.
No copyrights. He was a real one, made all his music free. Please close your eyes and enjoy the moment.
You didn't give me a link, so if you give me the link, I can watch. But thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Lately about
The doctor told me I'm fine.
Canada becoming the 51st state of America. And it's got me thinking, if this were to happen, if we were to just erase this line right here and make it one big country, just how strong would it be? Well, let's take a look at it, starting with its sheer grandiosity. Canada is the world's second largest country, boasting a massive 3.85 million square natural resources that Canada has, which is a lot. The United States is the world's largest producer of petroleum and natural power, rather than 2 separate action cuts or more aggressive moves to deepen ties with emerging markets.
Did you ever concede that Christianity isn't harmful for society after getting slaughtered by IP the Nerd? At least be honest and admit it's nothing like goon-sucking Islam. Go do more in-person debates, you would blow up again like Steven Crowder.
I lost that debate with Inspiring Philosophy, but no, I still think Christianity is harmful for society. I would just do more research and be more prepared for that debate if I had it again. Thanks for the donation, dude. Street Vegan, thanks, dude.
I think of all the times you screwed me over. I don't wanna live that way. Reading into every word you say. You said that you could let it go, and I wouldn't catch you hung up on somebody that you used to know.
But you didn't let the storm so low. Have your friends collect your records and then change your number. Guess that I don't need that though. Now you're just somebody that I used to know.
That was some, like, real hardcore faggot shit. That was awful. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Markets like Southeast Asia and Africa, escalating global energy rivalries. Besides its top agricultural regions, $2 trillion far north of an second stronger.
How do I block this fucking account so I never have to see it again? I just genuinely hope I never get recommended this fucking channel. Why in the goddamn hell? Oh. What in the fuck? Hide user from channel. Oh, okay. If I ever get recommended that again, I'm gonna block the thing. You people are literally.
Agreed, VG, and sell the song.
Yeah, kind of. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I don't know why so many people are literally sending me videos that are made by ChatGPT. Like, do you not realize that the videos you're fucking sending me are literally just constructed by some fucking AI like ChatGPT? They're all stupid. Like, so fucking dumb. Like, clearly a person didn't make these. Demon Cunt goes Christian donated to 11. What's specifically so harmful about Christianity? Why do you think this? It promotes weakness, beta male bitchery, and a lack of critical thinking skills. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo, donate $2. Is it a terminal form? When are you getting it removed? What's your chance of survival? Are you upset? How are you feeling? I don't have cancer, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
JSDLK crashing out live on stream with crazy bitch Kelly. Destiny has JSDLK's docs and threatened release it cause JSDLK keeps calling Destiny a disgusting faggot.
Let's fucking go! If I ever see Queeman or whoever else in real life is on site! It's on site! I really care. I think you really just see this as all about you. I think you see. So it's like any facts, but computer.
I can't fucking stand Kelly, so there's no fucking way I'm gonna go on his stream and talk to him about anything, and that is... I'm just annoyed by fucking everything right now. People who are yelling, screaming, stupid videos, dumb, pointless shit. I literally have no fucking... like, I do not have the mindset right now where I can handle just stupid fucking nonsense. I do not give a shit about people complaining about Destiny. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Please watch this video. It is completely true and definitely not made by AI. The animal is saved in the end. Please watch the whole thing.
Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Gay AI. Wally Blue donated $2.
That's a big, long hose. There. Yeah.
That's what she said.
Would you look at that? Rolling it up, rolling it up. Would you look at this? We're new here.
You got an Undertaker shirt over there, dude. Marley? Is it Marley?
Damn, dude, what the...
This guy is not funny, and I can't fucking stand him. So don't send me his videos. Thanks for the donation, Wally.
Your Majesty, we beheaded the gesture and repaste him.
Alright, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Demon Cunt Goes Christian donated $2.11. Are you gonna watch the boxing event tomorrow? Do you only watch videos and sports about vegans crying about not killing animals like a beta male cock? What boxing fight is on tomorrow? I'm not aware of any fight. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo donated $2. Richard, you may have already explained it, but can you say what happened at the hospital? What is wrong with your health? Also, does this food look good? Yeah, I saw the doctor and he said everything's fine. I don't have cancer or anything.
Thailand has some of the most vegan-friendly food in Asia. Let me show you some of the best vegan spots in Phuket. My first stop was actually a non-veg restaurant called Kindi, and they had a vegetarian menu. I have to say this was one of the most authentic vegan Thai food I've ever had. We had tempura mushrooms, mixed veg, Thai red curry, tom yum soup, and chuchi tofu.
That looks good.
We even took away some for dinner. Then we went to Ubuntu Eats, which has sort of an Indian fusion menu. They had many Kolkata-style dishes. We got the chai, tofu tikka kebabs, chicken masala, mushroom biryani, and vegetables. They were so flavorful. If you review them on Google, you also get a free brownie with ice cream. Then for tea break, Grin has really good matcha. We had a very umami but sweet blend that was also cold whisked and served in this very nice chawan. Seoul is the best place for healthy, hearty vegan food. We tried their green smoothie, coconut mango coffee. Then for mains, we got the big breakfast, pasta, and a big plate of beanie nachos to share as we got some work done. They were also super filling. Then lastly, we took away some food from Vegan Phuket. My faves were the vegan crispy pork belly and pad krapa with tofu and mince. What's your favorite spot in Phuket? Drop them in the comments below. Only eating at non-vegan places for 24 hours in Malacca. First, we were craving for an Indian banana leaf meal, so we went to this spot called Sri Kaveri. They had a lot of vegetarian dishes including spinach, varakai, which are basically plantain, free flow white rice. We also ordered side dishes like gobi 65, fried bitter gourd, tofu sambal, and plant-based chicken masala. We confirmed their sambar doesn't have any ghee, but it's always good to double check. The most authentic part of eating a banana leaf meal is eating with your hands. It just makes the food taste more delicious.
I think I'd have to carry a fork with me if I went to India. That's just gross eating with your hands.
I also find it easier to mix in the side dishes and have a whole hearty bite with all the elements. Then to cool down the spice, we went to get chendol, a shaved ice dessert topped with coconut, red beans, and pandan jelly. This was the only vegan option as the rest contained dairy. Personally, I found it refreshing but too sweet for my taste. For dinner, we went to Wild Coriander, also a popular spot in Malacca. They have quite a number of plant-based options, but vegan can be confused with vegetarian, so they served me egg. The food was delicious though. Follow for more delicious.
Alright, thanks, Dodo. Kippy donated $2. Let me see. Well, that's just an abnormality. Is Elon Musk training Grok to be an anti-Semite? That's weird. Thanks for the donation, Kippy. Richard's autistic download on $8. Costco facts you should know. Also, looks wise, what would you rate Kelly Jean out of 10?
Costco hacks you should know part 2.
I don't find her at all attractive. Like, just 0.
You should always buy Kirkland brand when possible. Why? Well, just hang with me. This 40-pack of Duracell AA batteries is selling for $20.99, while the Kirkland brand is giving you 48 batteries per pack and is selling for a cheaper $15.99. And what's even crazier is the manufacturers of Kirkland batteries are Duracell. This practice where a company sells a product under its own brand name even though it's manufactured by another company is called private labeling. And Costco sold $56 billion worth of Kirkland brand products last year. That's more revenue than Nike or Coca-Cola. Let's look at other examples of private labeling. This
Street Vegan donates $6.66. Let's see. I mean, most of the time diarrhea is unpleasant. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
You can be smart and be a Christian also. Christians aren't beaters. Let's have a boxing match. I would love to beat you to a pulp. I would love to see you not write the fuck out bloody all over the canvas. Fuck you and fuck secularism. Hashtag free Israel. Go fuck you.
No, Christians are all retarded beta males. Like, none of them believe in fucking dinosaurs. For whatever reason, even though you're Christian, like, all these Christian countries keep letting Muslims in. Yeah, it's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, dude. Pickle Booty Cheeks donate $2. Hey man, so random question. My cousin's 30 years old and he's a virgin, has had bad time getting chicks in his life, and now he's just given up and figured he's just going to be alone for the rest of his life. Is he cooked or does he still have a chance? That's entirely up to him. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Great news. VG Aaron Blaze, the director of Disney's 2003 2D animated feature Brother Bear, is working on a brand new 2D animated short called Snow Bear. It's about a lonely polar bear who makes Snow Bear for company.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That girl is cute. I'd give her my vegan cock meat sandwich. Is it vegan if you eat the cum or someone who is not vegan?
Yeah, it's fine. Thanks for the donation, Dirk. Dodo, donate $2. Did you have to listen to stupid screaming babies at the hospital? No, I pretty much got seen right away. That would put me in a bad mood too, so there's literally nothing wrong with you, just insomnia also. Well, that's what the doctor said. Wow to Elon Musk and the Doge team looking at Medicare. Pharmacist says this medication is Perifidone. Medicare filled it 85,000 times. Normal cost only 200. They spent 680. My pharmacy, which is a cost plus, meaning we don't take insurance, that same prescription. We filled all 85,000 prescriptions. It would cost 17 million total. That means Medicare is overpaying. This sounds remarkably unlikely.
Hey, I heard Elon and the Doge team started looking at Medicare, and I found something for them. This medication is pirfenidone. Medicare filled it 85,000 times in 2022 at an average cost of $8,000 per prescription. They
Yeah, this sounds extremely unlikely. I don't think this guy's being honest.
spent $680 million.
That just sounds remarkably fucking unlikely that Medicaid or Medicare would spend 8,000 per prescription when they could get it for 200. How is that possible? That sounds like absolute horseshit. Just garbage Twitter nonsense. Is this guy AI generated? Okay, this is just some stupid fucking... Cancer medicine, Imitab, cost $7 to buy. They had $10, so you're at the door 17. I wouldn't take some Twitter posts at face value. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Go debate Big John Steele. He is live, would be great content.
Who the fuck is Big John Steele? Well, I've already debated him, dude. Thanks for the donation. John donated $2.
At Heineken in government relations, so I love a good challenge. From police or bisexual is not at all.
Do you know how?
I don't want to talk about this, but I want to talk about. Okay, so a lot of folks have reached out.
So Jesus' nature is to.
I've already debated him. So I don't know what you want. Thanks for the donation, John. And again, stop sending me fucking videos that are put together by an AI.
Vince spits some facts about back workouts, and also shares some personal information.
Start doing that hunching, they've already lost a tremendous amount of tension in their back. Your posture should be just good posture. Like, you don't need to over.
Exactly, folks. If you're going to work back, if you're going to work your back, you got to engage those lats. If you don't engage the lats, you're not really pulling the back, you know, because lats are part of that part of that back, essentially. You know, you got to take the movement all the way. So check this out.
Just pick your sternum up right here and then drive with your elbows. Whether you're doing this or this. And the same thing is true if you're doing a row. Like, let's say you're here on the row. Imagine I'm doing a row right here, real heavy. Imagine I got the whole stack of it. You know, you can pull like this if you want, which would be more biceps, but I'd rather
You see, America as a whole has no problem with the transgender community. None.
Yes, it does.
I don't have a problem with the transgender community. I be smashing one every single week there. I've dated plenty of them. I dated one for over a year, you know? Although she went in and out whenever we went out, male clothes and stuff like that, so we went back and forth. So it got kind of confusing because whenever I went and took her out on a date, I wouldn't have any clue as far as to how she would dress. Would she present herself in a male form or female form? It was like opening up a big giant surprise there. And sometimes it ended up blowing up on my face like jokey fucking Smurf, you know? Just keeping it real and telling it to you like it is. America has no problem with transgender community. It did, however, have a problem with them trying to take over things.
Well, that sounds retarded. Thanks for the donation, Vince, your gay cousin.
Seriously though, this short looks amazing. I think both modern Disney and modern Pixar these days should take notes.
This looks crappy like one person did it. So no, it just looks like shit that one person did. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Retard donated $2.
Yes, ma'am. I'm calling from West Virginia, and which was a red state for Donald Trump, and they have a place called down here Public Debt, and a lot of my neighbors would vote for Trump. They walking around scared, crying, nervous, and they were forever Trumpers. But on a personal note, I'm a diabetic and I'm on Medicare, and when Joe Biden was in there, my insulin was $6 for a 28-day supply. I just went to CVS to get my new supply. It went back up to $80, they said, because the American Recovery Act was canceled. So it went from $6 to $80. So I don't know if anybody else out there on Medicare. And yes, ma'am. I'm calling from West Virginia. And
oh, yeah. Thanks for the donation, retard. Tom donated $2. Missed a few of your previous streams. Why did you have to go to the hospital? Because I'm feeling sick. Also, how much would someone have to donate for you to permanently change TTS from $3 to $2? If you give me 100 grand, I'll do that. Thanks for the donation, Tom. Demon Cunt Goes Christian donated $2.11.
Have the same honoured status with God, with different roles, rights and responsibilities, given their different biological, physiological and psychological makeup. In fact, Islam is the only religion that gives women the right to an education, property rights, the right of inheritance and freedom of marriage and divorce. Similar rights were not available to women in
That is not true.
Europe for many centuries after the advent of Islam.
What a retard. Oh, Islam gave women rights. That's why you can keep women as sex slaves. Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Please pet Gum Gum until he purrs.
I will do that just for you because you're so generous with the donations. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. It's a good meme. Thanks again, Street Vegan.
Own woke asses. If those people stay in control, I think that the Republicans could have an electoral majority as far as the eye can see.
It's really the dawn of a new crypto era.
The future is gonna be amazing! More than any other sector, the tech industry invested in this election. Crypto accounts for more than half the corporate spend, with no other industry coming close. It's not unusual for industry to use their money to buy influence, and at a superficial glance, that's all the tech VC world wants. They want lower taxes and friendly regulation. They want the head of the Federal Trade Commission.
Hey, the short has not been released yet. It could be great. Also, it was done by one person, Aaron Blaise, who was the director of Disney's 2003 animated film Brother Bear.
I didn't like Brother Bear, and yeah, it's not very good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Out. They want the tech industry to be responsive to the Future Commodities Trading Commission, not the Securities Exchange Commission. Except that's not all they want. Behind the money and influence flowing into the Trump campaign are a set of bizarre beliefs and a dark agenda.
Am I going to see the new Captain America movie? Well, I'm not retarded. I'm not a dumbass who likes sitting in gross, greasy, sticky movie theater seats with people coughing and sneezing right next to me. So, probably not. I'm not really interested in shitty, dumb, gay, fucking retarded Marvel movies starring idiots like Anthony Mackie. And sitting in some gross fucking movie theater seats surrounded by just imbecilic troglodyte dickheads.
I'm not just MAGA. I'm dark, gothic MAGA.
You see, the tech bros of Silicon Valley believe that the American empire is on the verge of collapse. Silicon Valley wants to speed this up, but use the coming administration to create safe landing zones for them and their cash, where they can also run their own governments. And what is so annoying about this is it makes me sound crazy. It makes me sound like a conspiracy theorist. But I'm talking about crazy people. I am talking about the guy who wants to colonize Mars. I am talking about the guy who said he gave up on democracy in 2009. These tech bros justify their point of view because they believe that that's their natural place in society. The courageous geniuses on the new frontier. I'm not speculating. These men say it. They say it on podcasts and at conferences and in interviews and in blog posts. Some are quiet, some are very, very loud, but they all are on board.
And I think that if we want to increase freedom, we want to increase the number of countries. If you want to replace the elite that you have today, what you need to do is you need to have a better elite. And there's a way to do this. It's been done before.
We get kind of money and property right, and that it's a strong foundation for building, kind of a world that we all want to live in. We're seeing, some, breakdown of those in the real world.
Street Vegan donated $18. Oh, poor doggo. What's going on? Oh.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind.
Oh. I really like that one.
This guy demolished you every time you debated.
And after the battle, he took the virgin women,
Mm-hmm.
most likely as sex slaves, being that they're virgin women. And
Wait, what does most likely mean? You made it up?
No.
Does most likely mean you made
That's
it up?
my interpretation.
Oh, okay. Well, it's my interpretation. Your interpretation's wrong. But that was my answer to you. That's my...
Andrew Wilson has not.
Protective humanism is about not doing harm and
no. Show me where.
Unhappy.
Show me where
Again,
in the humanist document it conflicts with this, since it says we can change our definition of what harm is anytime we want.
But the definition of harm is what it is. We know what harm is.
No, we don't know what harm is.
Yes, we do. Our collective experiences show us.
Okay, then.
Thanks for the donation, Richard's gay. Oh. Oh. Those are really nice cats. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Debate, donate $2. Debate, link in bio. Why am I not hearing audio? this, like, legit full-fledged retard is streaming without audio, didn't bother to check to see if he's getting a pickup in his audio software. I'm not going to waste my time with a dumbass who can't get his mic working.
No VG, you don't have to see the new Shiite Captain America movie, you should just go see this instead.
I'm not going to watch either. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In the United States lately.
I'm definitely very interested in ways that you can sort of tokenize real estate and actual physical land to create better forms of society and governance. I do think America is in slow decline right now. I would like us to all in crypto think about how we actually go create physical places in the world to preserve freedom over the long term. I think that's ultimately crypto's destiny.
The people of Mars will be more enlightened and will not fight amongst each other too much.
It's basically tech libertarian futurism, an ideology around technology, and including technology enhancing human freedom.
I am trying to fix government in the U.S. The point was like, let's have a new government.
Where do we sort of go from the wisdom of crowds to the madness of crowds? We're far too far on the side that you can describe as collectivist, centralized, Borg-like, conformist, and also generally just simply incorrect.
I think that what Elon's doing is showing a path to fighting back. The left-wing elite's going to be kicking and screaming the whole way.
Mark Cuban, one of the more normal billionaires, had this to say about this particular group of men that I'm talking about.
What's happening in Silicon Valley is insane.
Right.
It's not so much a support thing, it's more like a takeover thing. Trying to put themselves in a position to have as much control as possible. They want Trump to be the CEO of the United States of America, and they want to be the board of directors that makes him listen to them.
Now, this hypothetical board includes a couple of power players that I think are worth keeping an eye on, namely Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Brian Armstrong, Mark Andreessen.
What is with this guy's head? This guy has the most egg-shaped head I have ever fucking seen. He's literally a fucking egg.
Ben Horowitz, and David Sachs. In this video, I'm going to try and lay out what I think these people are doing behind the scenes. If you do want to dive further into this topic, I recommend looking at the work of Gilderon. I have linked his blog below. This is his beat, and he's amazing at it. This man is named Balaji Srivastava. Like Beyonce, he tends to only go by his first name. Balaji is highly involved in the tech scene, and while not a billionaire himself, he is friends with a lot of them. He's a former partner of Andreessen Horowitz. He is the former CTO of Brian Armstrong's Coinbase. Thiel actually recommended Balaji to be the head of the FDA during the first Trump administration. Balaji wrote a book. It's called The Network State: How to Start Your Own Country. In that book, he talks about how to break nation states apart into smaller territories, which can then be run like corporations.
What I mean by Silicon Valley's ultimate exit. It basically means build an opt-in society, ultimately outside the US, run by technology. And this is actually where the Valley is going.
You see, like many in the industry, Balaji is a disruptor. He is interested in disrupting the current idea of nationhood through the creation of a network of sovereign, tech-run territories protected by military-grade security. Balaji wasn't the first person to come up with this idea, not even in the tech scene, but he was the first person to present it in a more palatable way. The idea actually comes from someone named Curtis Yarvin.
Debate liberal, donate tellers, debate this liberal, either on guns or veganism.
With different sponsors, but buttressed by different constitutional theories. Civil Rights Act of 1866, which was adopted first, was sponsored by Senator Lynn Trumbull, chair of the
How
Senate
about,
Judiciary Committee,
no.
reported.
Thanks for the donation, dude.
In Patchwork, Yarvin wrote, "The basic idea of patchwork is that as the crappy governments we inherited from history are smashed, they should be replaced by a global spiderweb of tens, even hundreds of thousands of sovereign and independent mini-countries, each governed by its own joint stock corporation without regard to the residents' opinions." Patchwork is a reboot of the current system in order to install a new operating system. Yes, Yarvin is a software developer with a company named Bybit, invested in by Peter Thiel. He refers to these small territories as patches, but he's flexible about how they might run, maybe like a corporate urban space or a city-state like Athens. These corporate dictatorships would use all-seeing surveillance to protect their citizens and enforce their laws. There would be biometric IDs. If you're poor, you will have to move to another patch. Or the poor could be ground up and used as biodiesel or locked into a virtual reality prison. Now, Yarvin said he was joking about the biodiesel thing, but not about the prison thing. So I'm not sure if he was joking about the biodiesel, which gives us an understanding of why Balaji had to come up with a more appealing way to present this idea. Balaji has less about dictatorship and mass incarceration and more about freedom and opportunity. A lot of people in the industry acknowledge that Balaji's ideas are a little out there.
This is Balaji. yeah, this is Balaji.
And I would dismiss them too if those same people weren't actively funding them. Millions of dollars are being funneled into these projects as we speak. This is the website for Praxis, a network state fund.
How you been, Brolio? You How I feel about Trump saying take Gaza?
I'm just fine. Thanks for the donation, your boy shithead.
Funded by Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Balaji, and Sam Altman, through their shared capital fund, Pronomus, which is dedicated to funding the creation of network cities. The website for Praxis says, as local communities dissolve and nation-states stumble, network...
Dodo donate $2. You said movie Cedar Theats twice while talking about other people being retarded. You're funny also.
Based clip right here.
Oh wow, those are nice salmon. I like fish. Alright, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let me see unicorn. That's good. That's basically me in my sidecar whenever it snows. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
States will ascend. The next global superpower will be a network state. The next America will be on-chain. The stated goal of Praxis is to build a corporate government with a global footprint. It will have territories all over the world. Crypto will be its currency. The modern global system, once the greatest power in the history of man, has...
Carnivore Gains and HLers, who are you voting for? Prime Minister Polyev, obviously. Also go debate someone, get off your fat fucking ass who want content, you racist bigot. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Carnivore Gains.
Has become a brittle, jerry-rigged contraption incapable of carrying out the most basic functions. As these governing institutions continue to degrade, people will come to realize that no one is truly on their side. As nation-states falter, network states become inevitable. I should mention that Pronomus Capital is funding the creation of other network states, many of which are further along than Praxis. Some examples are...
Sound hella depressed, you good bro? I'm just tired, I've had insomnia. So I'm just really tired. Thanks for the donation. My name is Bitchard.
Spera in Honduras, Afropolitan, Itana, and small farm cities in Africa, Metropolis in Palau, and I think Young Drunk City is planned for South Asia. On Pronomus' website, they claim decades of research on economic development has shown that the primary determinant of prosperity is the quality of a country's laws and the integrity of its courts, administrators, and other legal institutions. When institutions are outmoded, corrupted, or failing, the result is untold human suffering. Yet upgrading national institutions...
Dodo donate $2. If this were a movie, would you watch this instead of Captain America? Well, yeah, obviously. How is this guy still a fan of Trump? If he thinks this.
Come with me to the only dim sum restaurant in Johor Bahru, Malaysia that has vegan options. Our food station is vegetarian and sells vegan dim sum. Starting with these crispy enoki mushrooms stuffed with a meaty filling. I get this every time and it never disappoints. So crunchy. Another must try is their mushroom rice rolls doused in soy sauce and served with vegan sambal. It's simple but truly comforting. Their steamed cabbage rolls are a delight and the filling is delicious. This is one of my favorite types of dumplings, shumai, which is traditionally made with pork. This definitely has the closest texture that I've ever tasted. Then I had the veggie shrimp dumplings dumplings, this was underwhelming to be honest. The vegan shrimp was good, but overall it didn't have a lot of flavor. I think these were crystal dumplings. Again, nothing special about them. Then we tried the carrot cake, not the sweet version, but the classic street snack made with radish, and it was so good. Lastly, we tried the lo mai kai, which is savory sticky rice, and safe to say I relived my childhood. Definitely check out this place if you love vegan dim sum. Come with me to the only dim sum restaurant in Johor Bahru, Malaysia that has vegan options. Our food station is vegetarian and sells vegan.
Yeah, that looks good. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Unrest, donate $2. Is social unrest inevitable? I can't read any of this shit. What does it even say? Well, I'm not gonna say they don't deserve to get assassinated.
An Indiana man is behind bars tonight, accused of threatening the life of billionaire Elon Musk, who currently heads up Doge for President Trump as he looks to cut government spending. Indiana State Police detectives arrested 28-year-old David Cherry in Clarksville this morning after being contacted by authorities in Texas. Investigators say the threats were made earlier this month and were posted on X. Detectives also confiscated an AR-15 style rifle, a handgun, ammunition, and a ballistic vest after getting a search warrant for Cherry's home in Palmyra.
Yeah, pro tip to any would-be assassins: don't talk about who you're gonna assassinate on Twitter before you do it. Thanks for the donation, Unrest.
It's notoriously difficult. Our solution: build the cities of tomorrow. Right now, they are creating cloud communities, virtual nations. Once they have access to land, they will get their citizens to migrate to that city. Have a look at the pledge that you sign when you join Praxis, which you can join right now, by the way. Pronomus isn't actually Peter Thiel's first flirtation with exiting democracy either. In 2009, he funded the Seasteading Institute.
I want to say some things on why I think seasteading is
Dodo, donate $2. Why don't you go ice skating on a frozen lake? Because I'm not retarded. There have to be some near you, right? You like ice skating? No. I want to see a Richard ice skating or rollerblading stream or vlog where you just ramble or debate people on Discord while rollerblading skating. Rollerblading's fun because you can do it when it's warm. Fuck ice skating. Fucking horseshit. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
not just possible or desirable, but why it is actually necessary.
The Seasteading Institute envisioned building these floating cities in the ocean outside of government's jurisdiction where billionaires could live and create as they saw fit. This idea kind of ran out of steam because nobody wants to live at sea, especially not billionaires, which means they need land. But how do we get from a nation state to a network state?
And this is actually related to a fundamental concept in political science, the concept of voice versus exit. If a company or a country is in decline, you can try voice or you can try exit. Voice is basically changing the system from within, whereas exit is leaving to create a new system, a new startup, or to join a competitor sometimes.
There's another way that Balaji also talks about how this could possibly happen. He calls it tech Zionism.
Right. You know, what I'm really calling for is something like tech Zionism, a movement supported by a global network to take back territory in the city, floor by floor, street by street, block by block, policeman by policeman. You have a foothold of private property, and you have a group membership of Grey Tribe membership and private property. You also issue t-shirts. The tribal lens is like a virtual reality filter. Every single thing can be tagged as gray or blue in the city. I mean, like literally. So gray is the future, red is the past, blue is the present. So blue stands against both the past and the future. They're against both the self-driving cars, and they don't want to go back to the 50s. They prefer OnlyFans, Me Too, BLM, Ukraine. The hard part is to take control of the streets. How can you fence off a street and make clear that it's under gray control? Take total control of your neighborhood, push out all blues, Tell them they're as unwelcome as just as blues ethnically cleanse me out of San Francisco. Like, push out all blues who has lost some territory in the cloud. They still control the land. Once Gray starts taking back control of the land, they're really going to howl. As they start losing, they're going to whistle for backup from California and eventually DC. Okay, they're going to try to get executive orders or things like that, which means you're going to need to have sympathizers at the level of California and DC who will side with you enough to block those actions, number one. And or number two, you actually get to the level of a sanctuary city, you say, I dare you.
Keep in mind, actions like this are already being attempted.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, what did the doctors/healthcare providers say about what you have been experiencing from lately? I'm glad to see from your title that you're fine, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, the doctor told me to look up, like on Google, how to treat the problems I'm having. He did say I don't have testicular cancer, but he said as far as the insomnia and lack of appetite, he said just use Google. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dodo donators, don't you think if Trump were assassinated, it'd be even worse because J.D. Vance would be president and he is even worse. He would let Elon Musk have even more access and simp for Putin even more.
Stay here. Go ahead.
I mean, you could take out both of them in theory.
This is the surgery center where Dr. Elizabeth Potter operates on breast cancer patients. She's actually in surgery right now. She made a video in January talking about an incident she had with a health insurance company while she was operating on a patient.
It's 2025 and insurance just keeps getting worse. Never had this happen before.
In her video, which she posted to Instagram
She's getting sued, by the way, for making this video.
and TikTok, Dr. Potter described being in surgery when she got a message that a health insurance representative was trying to reach her about a patient who it turned out was already on the operating table.
So I scrubbed down my case and I called United Healthcare. And I was like, do you understand that she's asleep right now? And she has breast cancer? It's out of control. Insurance is out of control.
Her video has now been viewed over 13 million times across platforms and inspired other doctors to weigh in.
This is exactly what is wrong with insurance companies dictating the kind of care that patients should have.
They put in place systems that require physicians to jump through insane hoops to get obviously appropriate care for a patient.
I didn't think that it would resonate so deeply, but once I saw the comments coming in, it just uncovered something that was already there.
Days after her post, United Healthcare demanded she remove the video from her social media channels, accusing her of making false claims.
What I said in that video was true.
What happened that day?
I got a message that United Healthcare had called the operating room and wanted to speak with me. And immediately my mind went to, oh wow, are they gonna deny something for this patient? I looked over at my partner, another microsurgeon who's there, and I said, I think if I take this call, I might make a difference for this patient.
They say United Healthcare did not ask or expect you to scrub out and call right away. Why call them back right away?
No one made me. That was my choice. I thought they might deny her. Could they stick her with a giant bill that could be financially devastating? And I've seen that. The environment that I'm practicing medicine in is when an insurance company says jump, I say how high. And that just doesn't feel good for patients.
United Healthcare declined our request for an interview, but in a statement, a spokesperson told CNN in part it had approved the patient's surgery and overnight stay days earlier, but its medical director reached out to the hospital for clarification after the hospital submitted a separate stay request United calls erroneous, and that the director had asked to speak to the nurse caring for the patient. Observation stay are covered by the member's plan with minimal cost to the patient. On her video, we're invoking and seemingly praising Thompson's accused killer, Luigi Mangione.
I would never condone violence. I'm a doctor. I take care of people. But if we're going to talk about it, then what I would say is it is not my fault that United Healthcare had the reputation that it had that led people to react that way. I did not promote those comments, but Americans are speaking out.
Is this unique to United?
This is not unique to United. There are two competing interests, the doctors wanting to take care of patients and companies and industries prioritizing financial profit. That is at the heart of insurance and healthcare.
For Potter, who specializes in breast reconstruction for women with breast cancer.
Thank you so much. To weigh in on all of it.
How much of your job is this?
A lot. I've heard before, like insurance shouldn't practice medicine, but they are. They are in the room, and the balance has shifted so far towards cost controlling and efficiency that it feels less like I'm able to practice the best medicine for my patients.
While her video about United got the most attention, Potter's frustration is with the insurance industry more broadly and shared by colleagues like fellow breast cancer surgeon Dr. Julie Sprunt.
We have a young patient who's in her early 30s. Care of human beings.
America. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donates $2. I don't understand how Dr. Avi is against universal health care and supports Trump. Like, is he actually out of his mind? Isn't it more work for him to deal with insurance bullshit? I I've actually known a few doctors who work here. Or no, I knew a few people who became doctors. They went to school here, and they moved to the United States to practice medicine, and the reason for that is they said they make more money. I don't know how true that is, because after you factor in...
Zigzag hoi hoi hoi.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. I don't know how true that is, because after you factor in insurance and taxes, I'm not sure if there's generally a big discrepancy. Because, like, liability and malpractice insurance is, like, fucking astronomically high. So, I think Dr. Avi might be biased towards supporting private healthcare on the basis of he believes he makes more money. You know, that way. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Let me see, Street Vegan. Can see your vagina right there. Wonder if she does this naked on her OnlyFans. Music sounds better with you. And love might bring us back together. So good. Well, thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Holly donate tellers. This is for thee then thou. We should link up so Maui and Joey can take cuteness tips. None compare.
Who you good Joey? Who you good Joey? Who you pick
Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a nice kitty. Oh my god.
None compare.
Wow.
All fall before
So
your mighty
pretty.
cuteness.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't that right, girly?
Oh my god. Oh, that's a nice kitty. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, Alu. I've already debated Destiny on private healthcare.
Dead in places like Solano County, where they're trying to build California forever, or the actions that Gary Tan is taking in San Francisco.
No, edibles don't chill me out. I don't like being high. They kind of force me to laugh, but I don't feel comfortable being high.
But the people in these areas are putting up a fight, and it's costly, and it's slowing everything.
Biggest hack of an exchange yet happened today. $1.4 billion fleeced from retail normies. Only buy Bitcoin and don't buy it on a retarded app no one heard of. Put it in cold storage ASAP as soon as you get it.
We just had one of the largest cryptocurrency hacks ever. This is not good, and I'll tell you, I feel like crap.
It's probably North Korea.
We gotta cover this. I wanted to take a nap, and I'm like, what? $1.4 billion hacked? Holy smokes, this is not a joke at all. Look at this after all. This is the history of cryptocurrency hacks. We've got the Ronin hack of 625 million, Poly Network 611, Binance, Bridge 569, Coincheck 532, FTX 477, Mt. Gox was 473, Wormhole 325. The Bybit hack right now, 1.4.
Dodo donators, wonder if any of those dumb feminists would choose this polar bear over a man. I hate the music. I can't stand it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
$1 billion. It's the largest out of this list.
No, I don't think I'd ever bother going to India. It's just way too gross. The risk of getting salmonella or something is just way too high, and yeah, just no. No. No, no, no. Absolutely not. I really wish I could sleep. Alu, donate $2. Kitty, let me see.
So Natasha, the
yeah, nice try.
And if you add it all together, it makes up a large chunk of pain. So what happened, and how could a hack like this potentially be prevented? What potentially went wrong? And what has Bybit said about this hack
Fucking
thus far?
white. Oh my god.
Who the heck done it? Well, obviously we don't know who done it. We do know their wallet address, and can you guess what the wallet is doing? If you guessed sending it to a bunch of different wallets, yep, that's exactly what's happening. There you go. Hacker address, good luck.
I can pretty much guarantee you it's North Koreans.
Now, the goal is obviously to track all of these down. The thesis is that it will be very difficult for this hacker to actually liquidate the Ethereum to a USDC or a Tether because Circle or the other involved entities would just end up freezing the funds. So instead, they might have to just distribute this to many different people, change it, throw it into Tornado Cash, change it to different cryptocurrencies, and just buy things strictly with cryptocurrency. But what the hacker does with the money is less important because recovery is very, very difficult for situations like this. Instead, what we should think about is what's going on with customers and what's going on with Bybit. So let's get started with that. So I just listened to about an hour and a half of the Bybit explanation of what happened, and it's a lot. The most important thing that we know so far is that Bybit suggests they're experiencing a bank run, but they say that all of their assets are safe. Now, I've heard this before, and I tweeted about this. I made a joke, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I've been fooled by this sort of stuff before, but let's put it this way. When we look here, what do we find? FTX, back, a couple years ago, FTX is solvent. It always has been. There's no problem. CEO of Bybit, Bybit is solvent with a capital S. Even if this hack loss is not recovered, all client assets are backed 1-to-1 and we can cover the loss. Okay, so there are a couple things here to know. When cryptocurrency exchanges tell you that assets are backed 1-to-1, usually what they've done is they've done some sort of proof of reserve study. These are very, very basic level audits, and they usually work something like this. Let's say you have $100 in cash, and then you have deposits of $100 of Bitcoin, $100 of Solana, $100 of Ethereum. Individually, you have $100 to cover those Bitcoin deposits. But you don't have $100 to cover if all three of these got called away, hacked, margined, whatever. The other thing that's very important to know is the executives at Bybit are saying, hey, this isn't a big deal. We have $20 billion of assets. This is just 1.5. We have retained earnings. We can handle this. This is just 1/20th of the money that we have. Hold on a second. When a company has $20 billion of assets under management, that doesn't mean you have $20 billion to spend however you want. It's not your money. Something to know, when you run a fund and you take deposits from people, you might take, somebody could hand you tomorrow $1 billion and say, hey, here's $1 billion. Technically, on your balance sheet, you have $1 billion of cash, of assets, right? Does that make you a billionaire? No, because on your balance sheet, you would also show a liability. I now owe this person $1 billion back. So technically, if you have $20 billion of assets under management, you also have $20 billion of liabilities because you owe people their money back. So if you lose 1.5,
you can't do anything with the 20 in assets you have because you already owe that 20. So those zero out. So now if you lose 1.5 and you got to pay people back, you got to either borrow or take it from the other cash you have. And guess what Bybit is doing? Well, they stated that we have the money. We're not going to be buying Ethereum. Instead, we are taking a bridge loan to cover 80% of the assets from our partners. And they said, quote, even if we are experiencing a bank run, which we all
everything down. Fortunately, Trump is talking about something called freedom cities, the creation of new cities on federal land.
Almost 1/3 of the landmass of the United States is owned by the federal government, with just a very, very small portion of that land, just a fraction, 1/2 of 1%. Would you believe that? We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination.
I wonder where he got that idea. This is where JD Vance comes in. JD Vance is seen as a mild-mannered, well-spoken success story, a populist who was born into tough circumstances in Appalachia, but managed to pull himself up by his bootstraps, graduate from Yale Law, become a best-selling author, become a tech venture capitalist, only to give all of that up for public service. When he was officially tapped on the shoulder for the vice presidential nomination, many of his former colleagues celebrated. Elon Musk, David Sachs, Mark Andreessen, and Balaji all tweeted their congratulations. After all, it was a strange choice for Donald Trump, especially compared to Mike Pence. But when it comes to JD Vance, a lot of people make strange choices. Peter Thiel invested $15 million in his campaign to become senator, the largest single donation to a Senate campaign in history. JD Vance is an extension of Peter Thiel. That doesn't mean that he is beholden to him, but it does mean that Peter Thiel has had such a huge influence on JD Vance's life that you cannot understand him without first understanding who Peter Thiel is.
I'm Peter Thiel. I build companies and I support people who are building new things.
I would say Peter Thiel is the most honest representation of what Silicon Valley is today. Worth up to $9 billion, extremely well connected. He started off as a member of the PayPal mafia, the guys who invented PayPal, and they originally intended for that to be a libertarian alternative to the US dollar. But when it wasn't that and they sold out, he used the money that he made from PayPal to invest in other companies, including being the first outside investor in Facebook. And today he has invested in a huge portion of the tech industry, including companies like Sam Altman's OpenAI. He's also a big deal in the tech defense sector. He owns Palantir, which is a surveillance software that is basically omnipresent in the US government. It's used by the CIA, FBI, ICE, Homeland Security, various police forces. Palantir is also used by private companies such as Cambridge Analytica. In 2009, Thiel wrote a manifesto called The Education of a Libertarian. In this manifesto, he disavows electoral politics and democracy because he doesn't trust the people with big decisions, and he's come to believe that democracy and freedom are inherently incompatible. Over time, he has talked extensively about finding areas where great men can make choices as they see fit, unbridled by the law. Thiel gave the Trump campaign $1.25 million.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away. He points toward a new Republican Party. He points even beyond the remaking of one party to a new American politics.
And in return, he got an office in the Trump Tower where he had the president's ear and suggested candidates for his administration. Some of his selections didn't make the cut, like Balaji, but some did. Michael Kratsios was put in as the Chief Technology Officer of the United States of America, a position I did not know existed, and Michael Anton was put on the National Security Council. Michael Anton wrote a very concerning essay called The Flight 93 Election, which I have linked below, and it is very enlightening about who
When I was at grocery, an old man shit his pants. I was looking at veg and a waft of shit invaded my nostrils. I thought it was just a fart with a lot of body. A poor employee only had a napkin to clean the poop on floor. When I left, store could still smell.
Well, that's a pretty smelly poop. I remember I was on the bus once and some old dude sat in front of me and he just reeked of piss. It's pretty gross. There was also a fire that was in my old apartment back in Guelph. And the one lady who lived on her floor, I was walking to the stairwell to get out of the building, and then she opened her door, and there's this like massive waft of piss just coming out of her apartment. I don't know what the fuck these people do. Thanks for the donation.
I thought of this article when you said your doctor told you to Google your sleep and insomnia problem. This article has many citations to peer-reviewed scientific research, and this helped me personally smile.
I mean, I know about all of this. So, thanks for the donation, Ben.
Thiel thinks belongs on the National Security Council. And remember Curtis Yarvin, who we were talking about before? He is often referred to as Thiel's in-house philosopher. Thiel has not only invested in a number of Yarvin's businesses, but he keeps Yarvin in his inner circle. Yarvin watched the 2016 election from Peter Thiel's house, where they celebrated with champagne at Thiel's successful investment in the Trump campaign. And while Peter Thiel may not be as explicit in his beliefs as someone like Balaji or Elon, or even Mark Andreessen, Yarvin assured Milo Yiannopoulos over email that Peter Thiel was fully enlightened, just plays it very carefully. People in the New Right circles refer to Yarvin as Lord Yarvin, or the Prophet. This isn't someone on the fringe of the movement, this is someone who is respected. Just like Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance is an avid reader and friend of Curtis Yarvin.
There's this guy Curtis Yarvin who's written about some of these things.
Dodo Nay Tellers, can you install Life is Strange? Not today, Dodo. Soon.
But look what you have. You have a man who's led a country that had the most beautiful cities that they demolished, had the most beautiful domes. Those domes are the most beautiful
But it's
in
all
the world.
Russia's. But that's Russia's fault, though, Mr. President. Russia
They're
did
all
the
demolished.
but-
1,000-year-old domes, and everything's demolished. I mean, it's like a demolition site. Though it's sort of like Gaza. In fact, it's more. At least Gaza has a couple of buildings standing. I mean, this place. You take a look at the demolition of so many of those cities, and and all those people are killed, never to come back again.
But Mr. President, that's
They're all
all.
killed.
That's Vladimir Putin's fault. Don't you agree?
I get tired of listening to it. I'll tell you what. I've seen it enough. And then he complains that he's not at a meeting that we're having with Saudi Arabia trying to intermediate a peace. Well, he's been at meetings for 3 years with a very with a president who didn't know what the hell he was doing. He's been in the meetings for 3 years, and nothing got done. So I don't think he's very important to be at meetings, to be honest with you. He's been there for 3 years. He makes it very hard to make deals. But look what's happened to his country. It's been demolished.
But no, I hear you.
He's going to go
but
back.
Mr. President, but you know who's to blame for that.
If and when there's
But
peace,
don't you think it's
Brian-
Vladimir Putin that did the invasion unwarranted to try to take back land he had no right to? And don't you think fundamentally that's that? And if you could just, and now both sides want to talk, it seems, so we should just get to that point?
They only want to.
It's just baffling.
Hello?
Harasaki,
Yes?
it's me, Hazuki.
Hazuki?
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm fine, but, is something wrong? I, wasn't expecting to hear from you.
I see. Is this a bad time?
No, not at all. I'm thrilled to hear from you.
I see.
Where are you now? Still in China?
Yeah.
You aren't getting into trouble, are you? Is everything okay?
Yeah. There's nothing to worry about. I have Shenhua with me, so there's nothing to worry about.
What?
A friend.
Trump kept pressing the mineral deal with Ukraine. Apparently he threatened turning off Starlink. They supposedly reworked it and Zelensky will sign.
Well, all right, I guess. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I made in Guiling.
A friend, huh?
Yeah. It really helps having a local around.
Yeah, I could see that. I've finally made some friends in Canada and am having more fun at school.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, but I can't really compare my situation to yours.
Harasaki.
Your travels are much harder than mine. I doubt you're having much fun at all.
I'll be fine, Harasaki. And I do find time to have fun now and then.
Really?
Sure. I see unusual things and learn new techniques. All of that is fun for me.
Oh, I'm relieved to hear that. This friend is that Shenhua, right?
Yeah, pretty much. We're like traveling buddies right now.
I see. You must really get along well.
I guess so.
Is Shenhua a martial artist like you?
No, not really.
I see. I'd love to meet this Shenhua someday.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I hope you get the chance to.
Me too. I'd be curious to meet someone you get along with so well. Is Shenhua anything like Sakurada?
What do you mean?
Or maybe Shenhua is more like Goro from the harbor.
No, not exactly.
Something wrong, Hazuki?
Shenhua is...
She's what?
actually...
Nozomi? Can you give me a hand here? Oh, my mother is calling for me.
I see.
Can you call me back later?
Sure, I can do that.
There is so much more I want to ask you.
Alright. Talk soon.
Huh. Shenmue 3 was so bad. This game was great. You should play the sequel.
Chloe!
Yeah, I'll play the sequel eventually, Dodo. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation.
Vance not only name checks courtesy Arvin, but he often uses his languages and repeats his ideas.
You actually popularized the term red pill in the political context, is that right?
Yeah, that's actually true.
Is this concept of red pilling.
Yavin writes a lot of strange things, but one thing I'm particularly interested in is the blueprint he wrote for Donald Trump. It's called The Butterfly Revolution. It's quite radical, and another thing that would be easy to dismiss, but here's a clip of Yavin talking about why he thinks it would be successful today.
Americans of 2024 are incredibly frivolous, incredibly ironic. It is the most ironic society in history. Like, imagine people trying to cope with a film like The Matrix or Inception in like 1960.
Why is working under someone, being an employee, seemingly fundamentally bad? I was assaulted by a manager of a huge corporation on cam, and for the arbitrary fact that he whined to police, over 20 phone complaint operators told me I can't be spoken to.
That's really weird. I would see if you can sue him. I think, a lot of people fundamentally know that working under somebody else is a huge liability because they have power over you. So, you're not the one in control in that situation, right? They can fire you, make you do stupid shit, annoy the fuck out of you, and you can't really do anything about it. And even when it comes to cases of assault or sexual assault, they still have quite a lot of leverage, so... people know that there's a huge power imbalance, and if they don't have a benevolent actor as their boss, they can be pretty screwed. Thanks for the donation, wage slave hater.
Total frame breaking of this kind in some ways is actually easier than the sort of incremental political logic that people have employed in the past. They can sort of more easily imagine, oh man, it's all the Truman Show. In fact, they mostly already believe that it's all the Truman Show. They just don't understand the implications of that.
Something I find concerning is the many ways that the Butterfly Revolution perfectly aligns with Project 2025. Not a huge amount of the tech bros in Silicon Valley are religious, but that doesn't really stop these kinds of groups working together. Definitionally, both of these movements are fascistic. Fascism has never been a fully coherent ideology. That's one of the things that gives fascism its strength, its ability to bring together groups from different movements, all of whom see fascism as a viable mechanism to achieving their own program. And that's why some people say that fascism is always hyphenated. So it's always going to be tech fascism and Christian fascism, but these people can work together, and they do.
One of the things that evangelicals and libertarians should agree on is that the political order is not divinely ordained.
Amen.
Project 2025 has similar stated goals to the tech industry, in particular the dismantling of the administrative state and the return of self-governance to the people. Project 2025 is made up of 4 pillars, and Pillar 4 is the playbook. It is a transition plan for the president's eyes only. It will be rolled out upon the president's utterance of "So help me God." We don't know what's in this playbook, but
Humans are certainly not the only species that cause unnecessary rights violations. Plenty of animals kill for no other reason than just for fun and amusement. So that's absolutely not true.
Given the alignment of talking points, key figures being involved in both, it wouldn't surprise me if it was similar to the Butterfly Revolution. And I think that's worth investigating. The Butterfly Revolution. Step 1. Campaign on autocracy.
He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, no, other than day one.
Yavin says that Donald Trump should run on his autocratic ambition, but he should frame it as destroying an inefficient and unworkable system.
We are in a late Republican period. If we're going to push back against it, we have to get pretty wild and pretty far out there and go in directions that a lot of conservatives right now are uncomfortable with.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Step 2. Purge the bureaucracy. Curtis Yavin refers to this as RAGE.
RAGE stands for retire all government employees.
And he has...
Street Vegan donates $6.66.
Can I help you?
I'm your Chinese spy.
Oh yeah, you're my Chinese spy. I'm sure you know all about my TikTok. Get lost.
Waifu cosplay. Pimple popping? Sure this guy's chopping wood?
Okay, come on. Yeah, I believe you. Get inside. So why are you here?
I just had to see before the TikTok ban.
What, you've been spying on my...
Not funny at all. Just terrible attempt at comedy. There is nothing worse than unfunny comedy. Like, things can be unintentionally funny, weird, peculiar, but when you try to make an effort to be funny and fail, it is really bad. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Clearly influence some very important people.
I think that what...
Spec King of which to all the woman saying they would rather be with a bear than a man, watch this.
I was really worried you were going to link me that animated thing again.
Something shocking happened at what they thought would be a normal fun day at the zoo. The people around them were also,
That baby's
but
really
they did
gross.
not realize the polar bear was not playing. It was in hunting mode, and it was ready to strike. The thin piece of glass is the only thing that kept it.
I wish you could feed children to polar bears at the zoo. That'd be fun. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bend over, donate $2. Oh my god.
Look at this fat ass, giant, morbidly obese squirrel. What?
I love him. I want that chubby squirrel. Oh my god, he's so squishy. Oh, is that a meep? That's a good meep. I like those meeps. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Trump should do. Like, I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state.
And we know that Donald Trump would be open to rage because it sounds a lot like Schedule F, an executive order issued by Donald Trump in October of 2020. Schedule F would have essentially stripped protections from civil servants who didn't show enough loyalty to the president of the day, which is why Joe Biden rescinded this order the second he came into office in January of 2021, but Trump has said he plans to reinstate it.
First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power very aggressively.
But how could you accomplish that so quickly? I mean, you need civil servants. Don't worry, Project 2025 is already on it. Pillar 2 of Project 2025 could be considered MAGA LinkedIn. This platform is designed to pre-stream candidates for their loyalty and streamline the appointments process.
We talk about conservative warriors, but we want people who've been canceled, who've kind of figuratively given blood for the movement.
You can join it right now. Then pair that with Pillar 3, which is an online education platform known as the Presidential Administration Academy, and you have preemptively educated all future employees on what is expected of them from the conservative administration. Step 3. Ignore the courts. According to Yavin, the president should simply state that he believes Madison v. Marbury was decided incorrectly, declare a state of emergency, and that way Supreme Court rulings would be merely advisory.
When the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
But thanks to recent Supreme Court decisions, he may not even need to do that.
The High Court has just issued one of its most consequential rulings in recent decades, a decision that not only affects the 2024 race for president following last week's contentious debate, but also the future of the presidency itself.
Trump v. United States has laid the groundwork to ensure that Donald Trump can ignore the court. Now, the president has absolute immunity for core official acts and presumptive immunity for all other official acts, a distinction that has not been clarified by.
Street Vegan donated $6.66. All right, that's cool. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Jason the fucker donated $2. Go to more public debates. They are hilarious. Also, if there's one religion you could wipe off the face of the earth, which one would it be? Also, go eat a ribeye. Your stomach probably won't hurt. My stomach doesn't hurt. I just have no appetite. I'd obviously erase Islam. If I could only erase one religion, it would be Islam.
Muslims, and I tweeted about it. They are the most hospitable. Undebatably, dude, I was homeless and a Muslim dude took me in.
Yep.
And he was roommates with a gay guy that he took in himself.
Wow.
Yeah, he was having sex with a gay dude.
To that point, right? Wow. To that point. So I look at that and I'm like, what is it that this person believes that has changed him to the core to such a point that he's willing to do that?
Yeah.
Dude, I can mention to you 95% of Christians wouldn't take me in. Why?
Because they're not gay. Why do you think there are dudes who take in homeless people? They're fucking them.
That's the questions you got.
This guy's a retard. Thanks for the donation, dude. Street Vegan donated $6.66.
When I play 50 Cent, I push the AirPods deeper in my ear. When I play 50 Cent, I imagine all my dogs are right here. Maybe heaven's in the basement somewhere, smoking weed with the bros. Maybe heaven's that feeling when you first hit that pose. Cause I know I'm not making it to that heaven with my gamer tag. Just know, I feel closer to God the lower my pants sag. You feel that? That's swag. Bro, you promised we smoke weed forever. Forever, ever? Forever, ever? Maybe I still wear Axe body spray just to remember. I'm talking double stuffed Oreos and long bong rips. But what I long for the most are the days when I'd eat McDonald's and not get the shits. Dog, I miss when you called me a pussy for not smoking weed. We were supposed to be the world's first rap group that was also a paintball team. But to be honest with you, dog, as of late, last time I sneezed, I fully peed. Bro.
Alright, that's good. Thanks for that donation, Street Vegan.
by the court, with only a few examples being provided and absolutely no guardrails to stop the misuse of this decision being put in place.
Today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what the president can do, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone.
Step 4. Co-opt Congress. Yavin suggests that Trump handpick candidates for every single seat, with the sole criterion being personal loyalty to him, because you can't have
Demon count goes theistic, donate 211.
Islam, for example. To me, Muslims, and I tweeted about it, they are the most hospitable.
You already sent me that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
a parliamentary dictatorship if you don't have Congress. And while it seems like a big task,
Street Vegan donated 666.
Oh my God, Christina, you are one hot-looking man. Oh my God, are you freaking kidding me right now? That's awesome. What? Get that! Are you freaking kidding me right now? Get that off. That's disgusting.
That's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Yavin assures us you only need a couple of $1 billion. I know some people with a few $1 billion. While Peter Thiel may have decided to sit this election cycle out, Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, Brian Armstrong have not.
We got to get the congressmen elected, and we got to get the senators elected, because we can take the Senate pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
Step 5. Centralized police and government powers. In this declared step...
Hi, everyone. I'm Elon Musk. Money. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, that's Elon Musk. Thanks for the donation, LAG. Demon can go thick.
I get a lot of DMs, people being like, you know, my family, when they break Ramadan, they're breaking it with high fructose corn syrup and processed sugars and sodas. That's not the way. Read the Quran. It says break it with dates and with water. That's how you must break your fast. Why? Because it is pure. So you fast all day, thinking about eating and thinking about drinking, and at night you break your fast with that which you're trying.
Dates are probably not a great food to break your fast with. I remember reading up on refeeding syndrome. If you have depleted vitamin B1 levels and then you end up eating very sugary foods, that can it does something where it causes like irregular heart rhythms and stuff like that. So you probably want to take like some B1 supplements and eat some low glycemic foods.
Trying to run away from. It makes no sense. So when you think about Ramadan, you can't just be thinking about food and water. It is beyond that. That is merely a representation and a manifestation in the three-dimensional realm.
Okay, that guy's a retard. Thanks for the donation, dude. Ben donated $2 meep. Let me see the meeps. Those are some good meeps. That's a good meep. Yeah, I've been all meep, no sleep lately. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dodo donate $2. Let me see.
Would you rather be alone in the woods with a man or a bear? It has come to my attention that many people on this app are choosing the bear option when asked if they want to be alone in the woods with one of them. As someone who literally wrote a book on animals that we live near with an entire chapter on bears, I am here to tell you that these people are absolutely correct. Choose the bear every single time. Unless it's a polar bear, in which case, what on earth is it doing in the woods? If you want some data, the number of fatal bear attacks are so low that they can be contained in a single Wikipedia page. Fatal black bear attacks average 1 to 3 per year, and brown bear attacks, those are grizzlies, also average around 1 to 3 per year. In general, both types of bear want nothing to do with you and will work to avoid you in the woods, unlike many types of men. Choose wisely.
All right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Have you seen this? No idea who this is, but they're saying it's another Nazi salute lol. What do you think?
The only way we don't have victory if we
Well, yeah. He deliberately did a Nazi salute. Just look at his face. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's like, I did what Elon Musk did. Yep. He's doing a Nazi salute. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. Dodo donated $2. Breeding salmon is more horrific than I imagined.
Why is this guy cutting open a fish and scooping out its egg?
Well, yeah, it's fucking horrible. It's disgusting. I don't really want to watch that. Can we please play some good fucking video games soon, like not Cuphead? I'm sorry it's boring to watch that. I like Ghost of Tsushima, because you're funny. Yeah, we're probably going to play more Ghost of Tsushima. There's some DLC content for the game. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
State of emergency, Yavin suggests that Trump take direct control over all law enforcement agencies, federalize the National Guard, and effectively create a national police force that absorbs local bodies.
I think that actually the support of the Democratic public is a cipher. I think that actually all you need is command of the police.
This is so that a centralized police state can be created to back the power grab, and I'd say there's no way this could happen if Donald Trump hadn't tried to do it before. We know that he sent the National Guard during the George Floyd protests.
And then I was insistent on having the National Guard go in and do their work. It was like a miracle. It just, everything stopped.
And we know that he wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act.
If your state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly...
Jason Pussyclot donated $2.
It is what it is. And I remember I was with Tristan Tate and we were drinking, right? We were drinking and like it was crazy. It was a crazy day, but I was in a situation whereby it was like, okay, like it was in the moment. I was in for it. I think that was the last time I drank, actually. It was a couple of years ago. Yeah, I got fucked up with Tristan. It is what it is.
Okay, thanks for the donation. Just bought an R36S. W or L? What is that? Oh. I have no idea if these are any good or not. No clue. I like the way they look. They look neat, but I have no idea if these are good or not.
What's with all these dumb women saying they would rather choose a bear over a man VG?
Well, bears are friend-shaped, so maybe it has something to do with that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Demon cunt goes to church $22. Can honey be ethically sourced at all?
If this doesn't prove to you Islam is the truth, I don't know what will.
Conceivably, maybe it can be, but Yeah, I don't think there's any commercial honey producers that produce it ethically. Thanks for the donation, Demon King Goes to Church.
Solve the problem for them.
Now, there are, of course, protections within the law, posse comitatus, to stop a president from doing this, but Donald Trump has found a loophole before. I'm sure he'll find one again, especially in a state of emergency where he has absolute immunity for core official acts. Step 6. Shut down elite media and academic institutions. Yavin has explicitly said that you cannot have a New York Times or a Harvard past April. He has a popular theory that true power in America is held by something he calls the cathedral, a term that should alert you, whenever you hear it, to this kind of thing. The cathedral is made up of elite media and academic institutions that, according to Yavin, set the bounds of acceptable political discourse and distort reality to conform with their ideological beliefs.
So the cathedral is essentially performing the functions that a ministry of truth would perform in a classic Orwellian, environment, and it's performing the functions that a religion would in a classic theocracy.
Therefore, existing media and academic institutions need to be dismantled. Vance has been quite vocal about his disdain for academic institutions, despite graduating from Yale, and often repeats Yavin's ideas in his own words.
So much of what we want to do in this movement and in this.
To all the dumb women saying they would rather choose a bear over a man, watch this.
A woman says she is lucky to be alive after a close encounter with a grizzly bear in Montana. It happened earlier this month while she was hiking in Glacier National Park. Amanda Wiley recorded the encounter on her cell phone. She says she took out her bear spray and backed away slowly. Wiley says the bear followed her down the trail for a while, but eventually turned away. She said she rejoiced knowing she'd live to see another.
She was not almost attacked by a bear. She's just a fucking attention-seeking bitch. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Jason Pussyclot, Fuckclot, donate $2. Dude, go buy some Cartier buffs. You got no swag at all.
I wish I could be rolling with you boys, man. I wish I could be the taste smoking a cigar with you guys. Come on, man. I'm gonna buy you your first beer. Let's go. Fuck that. Come on. Justin motherfucking Wilder. Come on, man. I wish I could be rolling.
That's really gay. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Since I'll be getting over 6 hours of overtime pay, I want to share some of it by you singing this song. All you have to say is meep whenever they say meep in this song, since there's no lyrics to it. Only meeps.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Ben. Appreciate it. Meep, meep, meep. 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 Meep. Meep, 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 meep. Me 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 Okay, thanks for the donation, Ben. Appreciate it.
this country, I think are fundamentally dependent on going through a set of very hostile institutions, specifically the universities, which control the knowledge in our society, which control what we call truth and what we call falsity, that provides research that gives credibility to some of the most ridiculous ideas that exist in our country. And so I think if any of us want to do the things that we want to do for our country and for the people who live in it, we have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country.
Trump has said that if elected, he will reclaim the universities from the Marxist maniacs and lunatics who currently control them. How will he do this?
When I return to the White House, I will fire the radical left accreditors that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics. We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges.
In his Agenda 47, Trump has proposed a law to monitor universities for civil rights violations.
I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment.
That means he could essentially put an institution like Harvard out of business overnight. Elon Musk spends a significant portion of his time trying to undermine existing media in favor of his own platform X. Trump has absolutely no problem getting rid of legacy media. He has repeatedly talked about the government's licensing of broadcast airwaves and about 15 times threatened to revoke licenses of existing stations.
And it's frankly disgusting the way the press is able to write whatever they want to write, and people should look into it.
Step 7. Turn out your people. Get your people out in the street to show their support for you anytime a government agency tries to obstruct you. Yavin says it should be like the post-Soviet revolutions. It should be masses of people. It should be joyful. And we know that Donald Trump has no problem in asking people to physically show their support for him.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength.
Once this butterfly revolution has taken place and the presidency looks more like a CEO or a king, the court of tech geniuses will have a much more realistic shot at getting what they want. One thing I can tell you about these Silicon Valley tech bros is that they are long-term thinkers. They are planning for years and years and years into the future. In case you needed more evidence that Silicon Valley and Project 2025 are in bed together, there is this strange tech conference called Reboot. And in September, at the last Reboot conference, which is all about creating a new reality, there was a special secret guest speaker. That secret guest speaker ended up being Kevin Roberts, who gave a speech titled Tech and the American Republic. The point of trying to put Vance in the VP position wasn't just to have him one heartbeat away from an old and ailing president. It was to introduce him to the world as the new blueprint of the Republican Party, to provide a strong option for a post-MAGA Republican Party, a party that will co-opt the government to destroy the country in order to allow self-described great men to install themselves as mini-kings.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked. What a great idea to elect Trump so we can destroy society. Jason Pussy Clot Fuck Clot Tit donated $2. Dude, you're acting super cringe today. I actually want to knock you out. Go debate John Steele, because he cooked you in the debate last time. Also, you need to buy some
Go debate
bluffs.
Big John Steele. Last time his gay Christian butt buddy came in and debated you. You still got destroyed, but actually debate Big John this time. Give us some real fucking content. Doesn't have to on the problem of evil. Stop being autistic.
I guess I can. I'm not getting those glasses. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I mean, all you're saying is I believe what I believe and there's no reason for it, but agree to disagree. But sure.
No, I just can't provide evidence of something that doesn't exist.
Clearly, Donald Trump
I
not
just
being
don't
a
know how else to
president
put
not
it.
exist.
But that's easily verifiable.
Right. You can verify it. But if I make the case, if I make a statement, if I say to you, Donald Trump is not the president of the United States, I have a burden of proof. I can't just say, well, I'm not convinced that he's not. Like I've seen videos, but videos can be edited. I've read papers, but papers can be edited. Right. I know he's on Twitter, but that could just be AI. Right? I can make those claims and claim skepticism forever and just say, well, he's not, because I haven't been convinced by your evidence.
Okay, well, I just kind of had a thought where, like, so if you're trying to prove that Donald Trump doesn't exist,
well, I'm saying he's
and
not.
You find evidence, or yeah, sorry, that he's not president, and you provide evidence, you're actually providing evidence that he does exist, right?
No, if I was again, my argument is that he doesn't exist. My argument is that he is not president.
Sorry.
So I'd have to make a case. Like, for example, I'd have to prove somebody else is a president. So that'd be one way to do it. Or I'd have to prove that, technically the United States doesn't have presidency, right? I could say, these are the reasons the United States doesn't have presidency, or I'd have to prove that humans.
Those wouldn't work though.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you. It wouldn't work.
You can't provide evidence that a different president existed. That doesn't correlate with Trump being the president.
Yes,
right.
So if I can prove, no, you're misunderstanding the argument. If I could prove that somebody right now is the president of the United States who is not Donald Trump, that would prove that Donald Trump right now is not the president of the United States, right?
Yes.
Right. So there are ways. There are ways. I know it's not true. I'm not saying that he's not.
So you wouldn't be able to provide that evidence,
right? But it's logically possible to do so. Yes. So you're actually making my argument. So what I'm saying is, can you prove that God doesn't exist? And you're saying, no, I can't. Well, I'm saying because you can't do it, right? Just like I can't prove that Donald Trump's not the president of the United States, even though it's logically possible to do so.
I just don't see how it's logically possible to do so if you wouldn't be able to provide evidence that that other president was the president.
Right. I would have to provide different contradictory evidence. That's my argument, bro. I don't know how you're not getting this. So for you to say that God does not exist, and that's a yes term, it's a positive claim. You have to provide contrary evidence to God existing. Right?
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't know how to do that.
Right, and then that's what I'm saying is,
but
there is no good argument for atheism.
Okay, I did have a question for you.
Yes.
I would think that if God, loved us and wanted us all to go to the kingdom of heaven, what I don't understand why my eternal salvation is so complicated that I need study aids in order to fully understand what's happening.
Understanding the Bible has nothing to do with your eternal salvation. I mean, it has something to do with it, but like most Christians throughout history, didn't even know how to read, and yet they still made it to salvation. The man on the cross didn't know how to read, yet he still made it to salvation.
Okay, but to be convinced, you're saying that you have to do a lot of studying and to understand the Bible fully.
I never said that. Never once did I say that.
But in the Bible, it just seems like there's a lot of contradictions.
You're gish galloping, my friend. You first said I made an argument that I didn't make, and then when I said I didn't make that argument, you're shifting to another topic that there's contradictions in the Bible. Like, where are you going with this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to do that. I was just saying, like, it's very complicated. It just seems like there's a lot of contradictions in the Bible, and so
again, why is that relevant? Why are you bringing that up? What does contradictions in the Bible have to do with anything that we were just talking about?
Well, I was just kind of trying to change the subject to the my eternal damnation.
What does contradictions in the Bible have to do with anything that we were just talking? We were talking about atheism, logical possibilities of God, and then just all of a sudden you brought up contradictions. What is the purpose of contradictions? Why are we talking about it? I'm okay to talk about it, but I want a reason why.
Well, I'm trying. It just seems like there's contradictions in the Bible
this idiot, let me debate
I've
him.
seen. And it just makes it hard for me to believe.
Cool. All right, so let me ask you this question.
That it's true.
Let me ask you this question. I give you a Bible with no contradictions, and it's been definitively proven. All scholars agree that this Bible has no contradictions. Do you now believe in God?
I mean, yeah, maybe.
Really? You do?
But it has to make sense.
The Bible as it is. Same story, same narrative, Christian God, the whole thing, everything's the same. It's just any so-called contradictions have been debunked and all scholars collectively agree on it. Do you now believe in God? Do you now follow Jesus Christ? Do you give your life to him?
Yeah, but if it made sense, I would.
No, I'm not asking you to change the narrative. I'm just asking you to take out contradictions.
Oh, God.
I just don't know how you would do that for the story. So like,
right, but hold on, because you keep changing. You're saying yes, I would believe, and then you shift it to if it made sense. So it means that you're talking about a narrative now. So you're shifting the goalposts again. So is it specifically just a contradiction, or is it a biblical narrative that you have an issue with?
A little bit of both, I feel like.
Okay, so again, if I was to show you just a Bible, no contradictions, do all of a sudden do you give your life to Jesus? The narrative is the same.
Yeah.
You would?
I believe so. I mean,
that's what
heaven sounds nice.
That's what it's going to take.
Another earth sounds better than nothing.
That's all it's going to take is just a Bible with no contradictions, and you think that's enough to prove God?
Well, if it provided enough evidence to
so that's what I'm saying. That's why I push you guys on this, because that's not the case. Because now you're saying it needs to provide enough evidence. It's not just no contradictions.
Yeah, so like to believe
what I'm trying to show you,
Jesus and God.
What I'm trying to show you,
is
contradictions are completely irrelevant. That has nothing to do with your epistemology. Has nothing to do with the reason why you believe or don't believe. It wouldn't make a difference.
But I'm saying I can't believe the story if I see a bunch of things that contradict each other.
Like what?
You know what I mean?
Like what?
Like just the fact of like God being a just God.
That's not a contradiction. That's an internal interpretation. A contradiction must be P and not P.
P and not P.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So my light switch is either on or off. It cannot be both. That's a contradiction.
So is God just?
God is just, yes.
Okay. So do you think
but that's the thing. That's the thing. If you go to do you think it's no longer mathematical, logical contradictions? It is now an internal interpretation of what something says from your own internal idea of what morality is. That's not a contradiction. That's you.
Well, it's
that's
not about
you.
Morality. It's about beliefs.
That's you beefing.
So I'm asking what you believe.
That's you beefing with the text based off your beliefs.
I forget where I was going now.
So give me a contradiction.
Yeah, so you're saying that God is a just God, but then he kills 70,000 people because Daniel
where's the
contradiction?
Where's the contradiction there?
Well, it doesn't seem just.
Right, again, so that's the issue. The issue isn't that it's a contradiction. The issue is that you don't think it seems just. So therefore, it's not true, right? This is taking your own understanding of ethics, imposing it on the Bible and saying it must line up with my internal belief of what ethics is. Right? It has nothing to do with contradictions. This is not a contradiction, my friend. It's only a contradiction if you have a specific term of what justice is.
So then how do you feel about the Levitical laws and stuff? Like what?
It doesn't matter how I feel about it. That's the point I'm trying to make.
But you're not practicing them, right?
Well, this person's not making an argument.
I'm not under the Levitical law.
Okay, is it only the Levites then that are in the under Levitical
law? The Levites
Jesus
were under the Levitical law, yes.
Yeah,
and then the Israelites were under the Mosaic law.
That. Okay, but then Jesus said in the New Testament, I thought that that we should be following the laws of Moses.
Where
is that correct?
No,
I don't know the exact verses, and I don't have a Bible, but I feel like that's definitely in there somewhere.
Okay. Again, I don't care what you feel, right? Your feelings don't matter to what is true.
Could you possibly look it up?
It doesn't exist.
I just can't leave
You're
it.
telling. Hold on. You're telling me to prove something that doesn't exist?
Jasmine was fat.
Oh, but you just told me that we can't do that. So are you changing your standard
Jasmine
from the beginning of the conversation?
Thanks for the donation.
But it does exist, though.
It doesn't. Anyways, my friend.
So I'm asking you to prove it.
I'm going to move on to the next person. If you find them, you can come back up. But I appreciate your time.
All right, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you being cordial.
No problem. God bless.
And yeah, thanks.
Brad came in with 279, says Vegan Gains wants to debate him now. We've already debated though. Well, he debated Than, but yeah, we can bring him up, see what he wants to talk about. What's up, bro? How you doing?
Hey, dude. Yeah,
Nice glasses.
your last discussion was kind of interesting, and I saw the thing that you have up on stream. Atheism is whack.
Mhm.
So, I just wanted to debate that rather than the
Okay.
problem of evil. So, atheism is merely the lack of belief in God. And I think, depending on one's epistemic standards, I don't think the lack of belief in God is unreasonable. If you're going to make a claim that there is a God, could be any God, doesn't have to be any specific God, but especially if you're going to argue God by definition being an benevolent, all-powerful being, or just a being that is massively powerful that created the universe, if your epistemic standard is there needs to be adequate amount of proof of this, so that could be empirical proof, so we can actually find God, see him. It could be a certain preponderance of evidence, so whether enough people have seen him, whether it's logically possible for that God to exist, so on and so forth. As long as the epistemic standards are relatively reasonable, I don't know how you can claim that atheism is whack.
I can claim it's whack because it's like a positive claim. It's the claim that there is no God. If you want to claim
No.
like an agnostic claim, if you want to say I'm unsure, I don't know, or
Well, that's not
haven't
the
been
definition
convinced,
of atheism. It's just
it
simply
is
a lack of belief of God.
atheist, right? Atheist, theist, the belief in a God. Atheist, the absence of belief in a God.
Yeah,
Right?
so
The lack of a belief. The lack of belief. You could say I'm agnostic. I don't know if there is a God, and I haven't been convinced. That's fine. If that's the claim you want to make, sure. But if you're going to say atheist, there is no God, right? I lack the belief because there is no one, or it seems to be the standard that hasn't been convinced. I think you have to provide that naturalism seems to be the higher standard. Just like I used the example before, if I'm going to say that there is no Donald Trump as the president of the United States, I'm going to have to prove that claim.
Okay, so you don't have an issue with somebody who simply has a lack of belief in God, but would be convinced if there was an adequate preponderance of evidence.
Yeah, if you're simply stating that I don't know if there is or is not one, I haven't been convinced, yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay, would you say dragons do not exist, or would you say I am not sure if dragons exist?
I haven't been convinced of a dragon.
But would you say they do not exist?
No, I wouldn't say that. Because there's like historical writings about dragons from like all cultures. It's a possibility.
Do you
that it could have
think,
happened.
right, do you think it's possible to make a positive claim about the lack of existence of something if there is a great enough preponderance of evidence in support of that claim?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, is that you got to make a claim that the likelihood of the absence of that thing is high.
Okay. So if we take God to be a benevolent, all-powerful being, which I believe you do, correct?
Right. So here's the thing: you can make an argument that the classical idea of God is wrong, and even if that argument was to come to fruition and come to be true, then you could simply just or pivot to an open theist idea of God, or you can posit a limited God, or you could posit I don't know who the God was you brought up last time, like Grok or whatever it was. You can posit like that type of God, this Grok God, or a deistic God, or a pantheist type God. Ultimately, it wouldn't get you to atheism. It's an anti-belief. It's an anti your belief, rather a positive to my belief.
Okay. So this is going to be mostly about epistemic standards then. So if you're going to claim there's enough evidence to assume there's a possibility of dragons existing, that seems a little absurd to me, just based on, fairy tales.
You've never seen a dragon? That's the
well,
reason?
not only have I never seen a dragon, no one has claimed to have seen a dragon. And
There's writings about dragons from literally almost every culture around the world.
well,
And I'm
there's
not making a
also
positive claim towards dragons. I'm just simply stating I haven't looked into it enough, and I'm not making the claim that there is no dragons.
so by that logic, you would have to assume there's a possibility that Zeus exists, that Apollo exists, that Thor exists.
I actually do believe in most of those gods, but I don't believe that they're the most high god.
Well, if that were so, there's nothing in Christianity that necessarily states that none of these other gods exist.
Yeah, it's called divine council theory, right?
Yeah.
This is a common thing, as you can see in like Psalm 82, where it talks about the council of gods. You can see in Daniel 7, these councils fight against each other. You can see in Genesis that God went to judge the other gods of Egypt. So it seems that the Bible is in favor of these existence of other gods, but these other gods submit to the authority of, Yahweh Vadhe.
Right, but if you're going to claim like there that could lead to contradictions in other mythologies. So Odin, the High Father, he's the supreme god. Zeus is basically the father of all gods. He's the supreme ultimate god. That would create a contradiction.
That would be a contradiction if that was true. Zeus nor Odin are the supreme ultimate gods. They submit to a higher god as well. And those
Right.
are type vague gods. So it was like, I think it was Zeus was Kronos was his father, right? And Kronos was created as well. And even in their own myths, these gods have beginnings and ends, right? And there's also the fact that we incorporate the fact that these gods are, from the Christian worldview, fallen angels. They're not exactly honest, good creatures.
Okay, and if we're going to assume there's a possibility that just because somebody wrote about these things that they could be true,
Well, I wouldn't say just so just to clarify, I wouldn't say just because one guy wrote about something, therefore it's true or it's even possible of being true. I'd say maybe possible of being true, but I wouldn't say likely. So, for example,
Right.
the reason I concede to like the possibility of dragons is because so many cultures wrote about dragons throughout past. Like I haven't looked into enough to say it's a positive claim or a negative claim. Could have been the possibility that some sort of types of dragons existed in the past, and they were just very rare types of animals, and we haven't found their remains. That's a possibility. I don't think it's likely.
Right, so you'd say it's like very, very low probability, like less than 1%. You're talking about.
I'm not making like I'm not giving a percentile at this point. I haven't looked into it enough to actually make a claim.
Sure, but you'd say it's a pretty low probability considering like fossil evidence. Nobody has directly claimed they've seen them, things like that.
I don't think fossil evidence is a good way to look at those types of things because we're finding animals now on the planet that we didn't know existed. This is like a common thing. It like happens like every other month. We find like a new type of species.
Well, that's sort of true. I think there's been a new T-Rex specimen that was found, and it's being argued that it may be its own unique subspecies. But it's
I mean,
still
even living species we find.
Well,
Like,
that's primarily microorganisms and insects, but
and fish.
Yeah. So if you're going to say there is a very low probability of something like dragons,
well, I'm not making a claim because I haven't looked enough into it. Perhaps there is some sort of evidence I haven't seen, right? You're asking me to take a stance on something I haven't studied enough to take a stance on.
Okay, sure. Well, here's a thought experiment. Let's say rather than the Bible having a focus on, Jesus claiming to either be a prophet of God or a son of God, Jesus was claiming that dragons exist, and he is in communications with dragons, and depending on how you interpret some of the writings, Jesus claimed to also be a dragon. And some of his followers also said, well, I've seen Jesus turn into...
I understand where you're going. If you're saying it was the same amount of evidence that Jesus was a dragon, that it says that he rose from the dead, would I believe he's a dragon? Is that the claim you're making?
Well, yeah, let's just say the narrative is structurally is roughly identical, only rather than the narrative being about Jesus being in communication with God or being the son of God,
Yeah, I
it
believe he
was
was a
about
dragon.
dragons.
Yes,
Would
I would believe he
you
was a
say
dragon.
there's a high likelihood that Jesus was
Yeah,
a
if it was the same outcome, the same historical data, same historical evidence that Jesus was rather a dragon than the son of God, I would believe he's a dragon. Yes.
okay?
Right. So what you're doing is you're appealing to absurdity. You're giving a
Well, no, I'm
hypothetical
not.
that you
I'm
absolutely
I'm
are.
just questioning your
You're giving.
epistemic standards.
Well, no, you're appealing to absurdity. You're giving a hypothetical that just on the surface has an intuition pump that seems absurd, even though the data numerically is the same. So the data is still a one-to-one data, but you're giving something to the audience that sounds absurd, so it just seems ridiculous on the surface, even though the data is the same. I'm more
Well,
interested in interpreting the data rather than what seems absurd or not. I don't think it's good science to say this seems absurd, so therefore we should reject it.
right. So if you're going to have that sort of epistemic standard where people talking about this person who claimed to have been a dragon roughly 200 years after the fact, writing
That
about it
that's
and
that's
creating.
that's not the case. The earliest writing that we have of Christ is like 1 to 5 years. This is 1 Corinthians 15:3. The later writings, like if we go to like John's epistles, it'll be 90 AD. This is plus what was it?
I'm not a bib.
Plus
So
70 years. So
yeah,
it's not even remotely close to 200 years.
I'm not a biblical scholar. I'm pretty confident though Matthew is the earliest writing, and I
It's
think the
70 AD. It's plus
earliest.
40.
Sorry.
It's 70 AD. It's plus 40. Jesus was executed in 33. Matthew is written, Mark is the earliest, according to scholars, is written in 70 AD. And they know that because of the destruction of the temple.
Right. So even if we're assuming that's true, somebody wrote about this as
But
early as 5
it's not
years.
assuming that's the consensus view. That's not even debated in scholarship.
I'm not a biblical scholar, so I'm not really
Okay.
able to adequately debate that topic. But assuming that is true, like we can just agree for the sake of argument.
Okay.
If your epistemic standard is one person wrote about this 5 years after the fact
No.
in ancient history.
No. So I'm going to stop you again, because if you're going to critique my worldview, it's best to understand it. You say you're not a biblical scholar. That's fine. But you're critiquing a worldview that you haven't studied and read. Now,
Well, no, I'm
again,
not.
if you
I'm
haven't
not
studied and
critiquing
read
your
it, we could
worldview.
go
I'm just
through it.
critiquing your epistemic standards.
Right, but you're saying my epistemic standard is I believe something that one person wrote 5 years later. That's not the evidence that's presented for Christ.
It's a culmination of evidence. So there's multiple authors. Many of these authors did write about him many years after the fact. And there weren't many eyewitnesses to these events.
There's 21 eyewitnesses.
Yeah, 21 eyewitnesses. Not all of them wrote about this. They also have differing accounts, and some of the differing accounts.
It's not as differing as you think. So 21 eyewitness accounts. Can you give me any other historical figure or historical event that has 21 eyewitness accounts?
Well, there's plenty. Like, I mean,
Can you give me just one?
Alexander the Great. That would have been
Alexander the Great?
Yeah, Alexander the Great. I mean, there would have been thousands of witnesses, and we also have. We don't have.
So who are these thousands of witnesses of Alexander the Great?
Well, his generals, people who actually met him. There were historians who also met him and wrote about him. Unfortunately, we don't have the original sources. Those have been lost. But there are other historians that were near his time that reference those original sources, which gives us pretty good evidence that Alexander the Great was in fact a real historical figure. He was also written about by other cultures.
Just a quick Google search. Alexander the Great, we only have 2 sources. And in these sources, I don't think from my research that they're actually giving the testimonies of people who knew Alexander the Great. Unless you can provide a source.
So these are historians that are referencing earlier contemporary historical works. We don't have the originals. Those have been lost to time. But historians who did have access to that literature relied on that literature and referenced it. So
Okay, but like,
It's
what are they referencing? What is this literature that you're speaking of? Like,
well,
like if I
this
want to
is
read about Alexander the Great, what am I going to open?
so again, this is kind of besides the point, but
It's not beside the point because you're making the claim that this is a one-to-one comparison, and I haven't been convinced of that standard.
I'm not making a one-to-one comparison. I'm just
Right,
pointing
but
out.
it is because I asked you specifically. I said we have 21 eyewitness accounts throughout the Gospels and Acts, right? So we through these 5 books of Jesus Christ, and you said, well, we have Alexander the Great that would have thousands of eyewitness accounts, and I'm asking for like just a reference or a quote. I'm not like if anything, just so I know you're not like. I don't think I'm not making the claim that you are talking out of your butt, but just so I know you're not.
Well, again, I'm not a historical expert. This is some stuff that I've just picked up over time. But from what I understand, there are historians who met Alexander the Great, talked about him.
Yeah.
Those original manuscripts have been lost, but later historians reference those manuscripts. So
Yeah,
we know they
yeah.
existed, and these are multiple sources, multiple historians who have referenced those manuscripts. So in all likelihood,
Yeah. So I don't deny Alexander the
so
Great's existence.
the idea is we have reasonable epistemic standards in place to establish that Alexander the Great probably was a real historical figure. Now, some
Yeah.
of the stories around him have not been historically verified. There's some pretty, crazy stories about him being like 10 feet tall or something, which is almost certainly not true. But
Why?
What?
Why is that almost certainly not true? Are there not 10 feet tall people?
I don't think anybody's ever reached 10 feet tall ever in history.
How tall is Yao Ming?
I think he's like 7'6" or something. Yao Ming also isn't the tallest person. I think the tallest person ever in recorded history was like 8'4" or something.
Right. So he's 7'6". You have a person who's like 8'4". So yeah, it's probably hyperbolic to 10 feet, but it's probably speaking of a really tall person.
Right, but again, actual historical sources, none of them mention his height as being particularly tall.
But do they say contrary to that?
The point I'm making is there are epistemic standards in place that historians will use. So they'll see if there's any contemporary. So they'll see if there's any contemporary writings at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They'll see if later historians talk about him and the stories kind of match up to contemporary writings.
Okay. So far
there's archaeological evidence.
Okay. So far, the 3 things that you mentioned, we have of the death and resurrection of Jesus, right? We have those contemporary writings, we have later historians referencing, and we have archaeological evidence. So yeah, we do. So we have 2
not
things.
All the Gospels. Not all the Gospels reference him arising from the dead. There's also
every single one of them
conflicting stories about who found his.
Can you give me a gospel that doesn't reference him rising from the dead?
Isn't it only the one? Was it?
Wasn't all 4 of them? All 4 of them have a resurrection account.
Okay, maybe. The issue is though, they likely were referencing each other.
Yeah, so we don't even deny that. That doesn't change anything. This is a common thing
So
in history.
it's
So
for
example,
relying on one source.
Yeah, but again, it's not an issue in history because we have things like undesigned coincidences that show that they're pulling from their own memories and their own stories. We have the changes in that. It's most likely that they were using each other as notes, not an issue, because a lot of things, I forget who it is. I don't know if Than's still listening. He would have a reference to this. There's a gentleman who wrote a lot of history in World War II. He was actually there in World War II, but when he was writing his history, he referred to what other people wrote, even though he was there and physically seen it. And yet we take his history as being logically sound and something that we could take to be accurate and correct. This is not an issue in history. Like scholars don't look upon the copying of other sources and saying, okay, then we have to throw it away.
Right, but this does fundamentally come down to only one source.
No, it's not one source. So for example, we have in the Gospel of Mark, we have Jesus talking about there will not be a sign given, but in the Gospel of Matthew, we have the expanded version of why there wouldn't be a sign given because of the sign would only be from Jonah. So it seems to be that Mark is trying to get the gist of the story. Matthew is trying to do more of like a midrash type thing. So he's giving more of the story of what Mark did. Mark is written in the sense that it's somebody is supposed to be speaking it. It's not written in the sense that it's supposed to be read. So it's designed to be memorized and spoken out to the people. So he had that written. He's going off getting the gist. Matthew, he's writing more of a comprehensive story. It's most likely that when writing that to keep continuity, he would have referenced Mark.
So are all of these authors actually witnessed the resurrection?
No. So it would have been Matthew and John
Right.
that would have witnessed the resurrection.
So there's 2 people who claim to have actually seen it.
No,
And
there's
then
21 people that have claimed to have seen it.
okay, there's 21 people who have claimed to have seen it.
Mhm.
Only 2 of them ever wrote about it, and all of these other authors are claiming, or sorry, are referencing those works
Cool.
when talking
So
about
do
the
you
resurrection.
only take information from people who wrote it themselves? So you reject all news articles and news stations?
Well, the issue is you're talking about events that happened
Well, but
thousands of
hold
years
on.
ago.
Don't just brush away what the question I'm asking you. Do you only take firsthand accounts as evidence? Because if that's the case, you have to reject all
Oh,
newspapers, news stations,
well,
historical reports,
well,
historical books.
so yeah, so when I'm looking at a news report, I always look at firsthand accounts. I'm going to take secondhand accounts with a massive, massive grain of salt.
Okay, so when a news report records, again, we're just talking about him. I'm just going to use him for an example. I don't know how you feel about him. News report records Donald Trump said this, right, and gives a quote for that. You instantly say that's not a good source. You have to see Donald Trump actually say it or actually get a book of him writing it and saying it.
Yeah.
And you do that for every bit of information that you ever receive?
Yes. So if somebody claims Donald Trump said something and they cite the source as the New York Times, I'm going to go to the New York Times and see what they wrote about it. Otherwise,
right, that's not what you're misunderstanding my question. So then you're taking New York Times, not Donald Trump.
Well, again, if the New York Times has the actual interview, then that's the primary source.
Right. So then if John or for example, in Luke, where he says he's recording from the people that witness this, then Luke is the primary source.
So yeah, that's an issue.
Why?
If these people, sorry,
you're holding to.
Well, wait. So you're talking about events that happened roughly 2,000 years ago.
What difference does that make?
You're relying on one single person's testimony, or maybe two.
Hold on. You're just saying 2,000 years ago and brushing it off. What difference does it make if the historical report was written today or if it was written 2,000 years ago? If you can reference
there's a lot
the
of
person
issues
referencing it, give me the issue.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues. So we know the Bible's gone through multiple translations. It's gone through multiple alterations or many alterations.
Okay. Let's pause there. Can you prove that claim?
Yes. You can look at.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you can. So I'm not a biblical scholar, but
okay. So I'll give you a reference. And the Isaiah scroll that's found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which would be probably about 2,200 years before Christ, something like that, or 2,200 years from us, about 200 to 400 years before Christ. This has about a 94% accuracy to the Isaiah scroll that we have now. So what is your evidence that this has been changed and altered over time?
You've just admitted it's been altered.
A 94% accuracy is extremely high. And that's not alterations.
So first of all, there's different ways of calculating accuracy. One of them is with what's it called? Like actual spelling. So you can look at the spelling of words. You can look at the meaning behind the words. You can look at the accuracy of the translation. It kind of depends on.
So let me rephrase. The 94% accuracy is the narrative.
Right, sure. And that's roughly what you'd find with a lot of religious texts.
Right, so you're making the claim that it's been changed and altered over years to the point where we can't trust it anymore.
So You've just admitted there's a 6% margin of error.
You're telling me I
mean,
can't trust you. You're telling me I can't trust
you
an
just
A grade?
admitted. You've just admitted there's a 6% margin of error in these religious texts.
So over 2,000 years, we've seen a 6% margin of error,
Well,
and you're
no,
saying we
that's not
cannot
over.
trust.
That's not over 2,000 years.
Yes, the Isaiah scroll is plus 2,000 years. So again, we see a 6% error, and you're saying that's a problem, and we have an A+ grade. Like if I got 94% in my class, I'm getting a scholarship to go to university, bro.
Well, look, we can. So let's go with the 6% margin of error. Let's say these gospels have only changed 6% over, since their original source. Like, we can point to translation issues within the gospels. The idea that Jesus was born of a virgin, that's pretty clearly a translation error from Greek, where virgin at that point in time just meant
That's an
unmarried
assumption.
woman.
You're talking about the word betula, right? That came from the Isaiah scroll. You're making an assumption that Matthew would have read it, and you're assuming he's performing some type of form of midrash. There is no issue in the translation, because what you're saying is because in the Septuagint it said betula, which in the Hebrew it says betula, but in the Septuagint it gave a word that specifically meant virgin, and you're assuming that Matthew read it and made an error from the Septuagint because it was in Greek, and then inserted there.
I don't know if Matthew specifically made that error, but
It's Matthew. That's the argument.
Yeah, the word as far as I understand, this is pretty well agreed upon among scholars, that virgin meant unmarried woman, not woman who had never had sex.
No, this is an argument for contention. So I'll give you that it seems to be the consensus, but it's a minority consensus, not a majority consensus.
Okay. I don't know enough about biblical scholarship to really argue that point very well, but
here's the thing: you're assuming Matthew is reading Isaiah and then making the claim that he's pulling the prophecy from Isaiah.
Look, you can. So let's just, for the sake of argument, just roll with this for a little bit and say it's up in the air. The direct translation from Greek, to English might be virgin. Those words can mean very different things depending on the culture that uses them. Now, that is a direct translation. As far as the direct translation, there's no error there, and you can say that is a perfect. There's no error in the translation. There's no technical error in the translation. But that is an alteration from the original meaning. And that could be the only error from, the Gospels until now. But that changes a huge amount of Christian philosophy with regards to
you're misunderstanding
the
my
Trinity.
argument. You're misunderstanding my argument, because the contention of the translation isn't our translation. It was Matthew's translation. That's the contention. It's that Matthew was reading Isaiah, the Septuagint, which was the Greek version of Isaiah. And the Septuagint in Greek translated the Hebrew word for virgin to the Greek word of virgin. And then Matthew pulled theology from the Greek word rather than the Hebrew word. That's the assumption being made. It's not what we're reading. It's what Matthew read. So you're assuming you're assuming a theological goal that Matthew had when you're reading the text.
I'm not
very
assuming
possible.
a theological goal. I'm assuming
You have to be.
he
That's the
might
argument.
not have understood. He might not have understood Greek.
That's the argument. That you're assuming a theological goal. You're assuming he read the Greek, read the virgin passage, performed midrash, and then put it in the Gospel of Matthew.
That's not a theological goal. He may have genuinely tried to translate accurately, but just didn't understand.
So when someone's
the
performing
translation.
midrash, what are they doing?
Well, they're trying to accurately translate.
No, that's not midrash.
What do you mean by midrash?
Midrash is a Jewish practice where you took Old Testament prophecy and then tried to give commentary or a better understanding of it. The Gospel of Matthew is primarily midrash because Matthew is pulling largely from prophecy in the Old Testament. So you're assuming that he is referring to the Isaiah verse, right? And he understands a mistranslation of it, and then he's putting in the virgin narrative.
I'm not assuming he knows it's a mistranslation.
Well, then if you're not assuming that, you have no argument, because that is the argument you're bringing forward. That's the argument the scholars bring
the argument
forward.
I was making is he may have misunderstood the meaning in Greek.
Yeah, so he would misunderstand it in Greek and then perform midrash to put it into his verse.
No, the misunderstanding is he didn't know the meaning of the word. So he thought it meant woman who had never had sex.
Yes.
But what it really meant was unmarried woman.
Yes.
And then when he translated it, he meant woman
Matthew
who
didn't translate it. Matthew did not translate the Septuagint. That wasn't his goal. Matthew was performing midrash. So when he read that, he would assume what you're saying. I agree with you. He's saying it assumes virgin, and then he's performing midrash and putting that into his gospel. And so I'm saying you have to assume his theological narrative. You're assuming that Matthew wants to make Jesus this figure that's born from a virgin woman. And to assume that
this man
you'd have to say that he read the Old Testament's mistranslation.
This man is bilingual, correct?
What do you mean bilingual?
So he would be able to understand Greek and Hebrew.
I assume so, but if you're going to make that argument, it's not going to help your case.
Then how is the translation made?
Because he didn't translate. You understand that Matthew didn't translate the Septuagint, right? Can you just say that you understand that?
Okay. I thought that was the argument you were making.
No, midrash is not translation. Midrash is theological understanding of the Old Testament. It's pulling from prophecy. It's not translating. When the Septuagint is the Old Testament written in Greek. The New Testament was also written in Greek. The mistranslation comes from before Jesus. That's the argument that scholars are making, that the word betula in the Hebrew doesn't mean virgin, it means young woman. Except the problem is betula, every time in the Old Testament, hold on. The problem is betula, every time in the Old Testament, is only ever used for virgin women.
Okay,
that's
then I think we're just talking past each other, because then somebody else
said. You misunderstand what I'm saying.
Then somebody else would have been making the translation error.
Right, but that's the thing. You're saying Christians would have a theological problem today. They wouldn't, because you're assuming Matthew is performing this theological development. You haven't proven that case.
The point so again, we just to make my argument clear. From what I understand, this is the consensus with most biblical scholars, is that
it's a minority consensus.
Okay, I'm not sure. I don't really have a great enough ability to argue against that, but the contention is Mary being mentioned as a virgin meant unmarried woman, and not
no that's not the argument.
Not woman who had not had sex.
Right. That's not even remotely in the conversation
is it possible?
No. The argument you're making, I'm going to stop you, because the argument you're making, no scholar makes. So again, I'm trying to give you the argument so
they absolutely
you can.
There
I'll
are
give you
scholars
$20. I'll give you $20 if you can show me a scholar that says
cosmic
that specifically says that Matthew, right, is saying that Mary was a young woman.
I'm not making that argument specifically, but there are biblical scholars.
That's the argument that you're presenting. So I would like to give you the argument you're trying to give.
This. So no,
I'd like to give you the argument you're trying to give. I want to give it to you. I don't listen. I know the argument you're trying to do. I've heard people do it. I want to give it to you so you understand it, so you can present it properly in the future. Is that okay? I'm not trying to get you a gotcha here.
Yeah, so the argument I'm making, it doesn't really matter who made the translation, Matthew or somebody who translated from Hebrew to whatever language later. The argument that some scholars make is that Mary was not originally written as a virgin. She was, so by the way, we mean virgin today, woman who had never had sex. It was written as a woman who was unmarried.
No, that's not the argument they make. So I'll give you the argument.
I just explained the argument I was making.
Okay,
so that is the argument I'm making. I just explained it.
Who makes that argument?
Yeah, Cosmic Skeptic actually just recently interviewed him.
Cosmic Skeptic is not a scholar.
Yeah, no, I'm saying Cosmic Skeptic interviewed him. I have to get his name. Bart Evans.
This is 1 million subscribers.
Bart Ehrman?
Bart Ehrman.
Yeah, so Bart Ehrman's argument on this is that Matthew was reading the Old Testament, was reading a verse in Isaiah, that in Isaiah, in the Septuagint, it says a specific Greek word that means virgin. But when it was originally in Hebrew, it used the word betula. The word betula could have meant young woman, not virgin. It didn't have to mean virgin.
Yeah, there was a
Matthew
different term for that
right.
specifically.
Yeah. Matthew was reading Isaiah and he's performing midrash. He's trying to pull prophecy from the Old Testament.
Right,
So
sure.
Matthew read the word in Greek virgin. And so what he did is he wrote Mary in as a virgin. Wasn't that it was a misunderstanding, or originally Matthew was always written as she was a virgin, but it comes from Matthew's misunderstanding of Isaiah. That's the argument Bart Ehrman makes.
Right.
Right. And that's all I was trying to get through to you.
Okay.
Like, I'm not
okay.
trying to get you in a gotcha.
No, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We've resolved that.
Okay.
So would you say there is a possibility, no matter how small, that Bart Ehrman may be correct in that analysis?
So logically possible, sure.
So
But I don't think
so. Are you agnostic as to whether or not the Trinity is true?
No, I'm not agnostic. You're just asking like a logical possibility. Sure. Yeah, it's a logical possibility, but I don't think it's a probable possibility. I don't think it's likely considering in
So
Hebrew,
yeah,
considering in Hebrew that word betula, which is what meant young woman. If you look at every verse in the Old Testament where betula is used, it's always referencing a virgin. It never references a married woman or a woman who has sex. So I
okay.
actually think
I
Matthew was reading the Hebrew. I don't think he's reading the
I'd
Septuagint. I think Bart's wrong on this.
okay. I'd I'd have to look into that. I'm not sure if that's true. But if you're going to say it's possible, then I don't know how you can't be agnostic as to the existence of the Trinity if you're going to demand that I be agnostic to the existence of God or dragons, just because people have talked about this and it's possible.
I really don't understand the argument you're trying to bring forward here.
Yeah, so you said, in your thing on screen, you said atheism is whack. So anyone who, claims that there is no God,
the virgin, my foundation of my belief doesn't rest on the virgin birth.
Well, sure, I understand that, but I'm just saying, if you're going to say agnosticism is the only reasonable position to have when it comes to things that are either possible, like that have a possibility. So God could exist, God could not exist. So the only reasonable position would be agnosticism, not the statement or the position that God does not exist.
Yeah, that's not my original. My original argument is that atheism doesn't have a high probability or a good argument. So therefore, the only thing that you can do is say I'm agnostic and I don't know.
Okay.
That's my argument, right? So just because there's other possibilities doesn't mean that there isn't like high probabilities and possibilities. So I think there are higher probabilities for deism, higher probabilities for the Christian God. I think looking at scripture, there's higher probabilities that there's less issues, that is historically reliable. There might be contrary arguments that are logically possible, sure, but I think the probability states I should take this stance. I think it's the better stance to take. I don't think there is any good arguments for atheism, so I don't think it's a good stance to take.
Just based on probability.
Well, I'm just saying I haven't heard an argument for atheism.
Well, there isn't exactly an argument for atheism. It's merely a lack of belief. But we've talked about this before on our last debate, the problem of evil. If you're going to claim that there's an all-powerful benevolent God, I would say the absolute best argument would be problem of evil. But I don't know if you really want to hash that out again.
Yeah, we've already done the problem of evil. I see where that goes, so we don't need to go through it again. So yeah, here's the thing. I could grant you that, and all we disprove is a benevolent God, all powerful. It could be a limited God that's not benevolent, right? We just shift the goalposts. You have open theism, you have classical theism, you have deism, you have pantheism. You have all these ideas of God, and all these have arguments. If you want to make an argument against classical theism, go for it. But you don't make an argument for atheism.
Yeah. So just to wrap things up, it's possible that depending on your definition of God, a God could exist. There are some people who believe that if a being is not all powerful and omnibenevolent, then by definition it's not God. But there are many different cultures throughout history that thought gods were just very powerful beings that may have lived in some alternate realm, like a spirit realm or something. Now,
I'll just clarify what I mean then. Uh, First cause that has a mind.
okay.
Okay.
First cause that has a mind. I don't know, like, it's not really possible to make an argument against that. It's at least right now, it's not really a falsifiable claim. Maybe in the future we'll have some sort of scientific evidence that could falsify that. But if you're just going
I
to,
don't think,
yeah,
I don't
like,
think you need to falsify it. I think you just need to give me a probable case for naturalism.
well, I mean, it could just be a first cause without a mind. Could just be some
could be-
special particle. Like,
Yeah. So then that becomes ad hoc and arbitrary, and it defines the principle of sufficient reason.
no, I don't see how it's any more or less arbitrary than the notion that a first cause would have to have a mind.
Okay,
That
so
seems
let's-
more ad hoc and arbitrary because you're adding a mind to the equation.
Okay. So first cause sets everything into motion. Why isn't everything that's set into motion random?
A mind could generate randomness.
It could, but it has an option not to, right? So if it has no mind, it has all power, right? The ability to create this first cause, it at least has more power than everything that's in existence.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have all power.
But it has more power than everything that's in existence, right?
Well,
Because you can't
assuming
create
that
or
it's the
destroy
first
energy.
cause, I suppose. I don't know what you mean by more power exactly.
So obviously, if it created the universe, it couldn't be weaker than the universe. It couldn't have less properties than the universe, correct?
I don't know why that would necessarily be the case.
So you're saying this thing that is ad hoc has the ability to create something ex nihilo?
Well, I mean, it would make logical sense to me that you could have a being that's quite powerful, able to create something that's more powerful than itself.
Well, that's ex nihilo.
Yeah, I don't know why that would either be a logical contradiction or so improbable that, it shouldn't be something that's considered. Like, I mean, we're
cool.
developing artificial
phenomenal.
intelligence, so, we can create
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
amazing
that's fine.
things.
So you have a necessary particle that's creating things ex nihilo. So therefore, it has a substantial amount of more power than it is. Why don't we expect to see random chaos? Things like planets popping in and out of existence, unicorns coming in and out of existence, flat planets, square planets, lights and colors changing. Why don't we see that happening?
It could just be due to the unique properties of this, first cause.
Okay, so then it has arbitrary limits. For some reason, it has properties. Just for no reason.
Well, I mean, I think your God has arbitrary limits, does it not?
Yeah,
like
we can get into that.
Yeah, so if you claim,
first, let's go through this, right? So this thing just has random limits for no reason.
What do you mean no reason? I don't know what reason is really.
So principle of sufficient reason states that anything that is requires an explanation. So if you're saying that this thing for some reason has limits, right? It's not chaos, it's not random, right? It's creating something in some form of order. It's just doing that. Therefore, there must be some sort of limitation put on it to stop the randomness.
Well, you're using words that are kind of implying intelligent design for not really any reason.
I'm not applying intelligent design at all.
Well, when you use a word like reason, you could use the word reason to mean, okay, why did, like, I could lift an object like my phone and drop it. What's the reason what's the reason? Well, wait.
Do you deny principle of sufficient reason?
I don't know what that is. You're going to have to explain. But what I'm saying is you could use there's different ways you can use reason. So what's the reason the phone falls down to Earth?
Yeah,
well,
there's a
gravity.
reason for that, though, right?
We understand the force of gravity.
Yeah.
But you could also use reason in a kind of normative sense where it's, what's the reason behind our existence?
Yeah,
Like,
that's all fine. So principle of sufficient reason, right? Just states that everything that is or happening all has some sort of explanation. So you can say, what's the reason for our existence? That's basically the question you're asking. What is the reason we come into existence? What's the reason the phone dropped? We can
okay,
answer
yeah.
that question. We can
So
say
by
it's because gravity.
reason, you just mean what are the
No, no,
why?
not the properties. It's the why, right? So principle of sufficient reason is in the scientific
And
method.
yeah, and by why you mean like what are the physical or scientific explanations for why this happened, or
Right. So
explanation behind why it happened?
right. And if you want to deny the principle of sufficient reason, you deny the scientific method because they go hand in hand.
Well, I'm not denying that.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Right. So
I
so
I I
fine. So
wouldn't.
so
Yeah. So I
do,
wouldn't.
do,
I wouldn't be able to explain to you why the first cause particle has certain properties to it, which would create the universe the way it is. Just as you wouldn't really be able to explain why God is all powerful or
right.
benevolent.
I
Like what
I
forces.
haven't even got to God yet. I think you're just
Yeah.
assuming my argument and trying to defeat it before I even get there.
Well,
So
no,
again,
I'm just saying if you're going to claim there's arbitrary limits that can't be explained, I mean, you could say the same thing for
right. I
your
haven't
claim
even
with
got to
God.
God yet. So again, are you holding to the point that this necessary particle has these arbitrary limits that are just there ad hoc?
I don't know what you mean by arbitrary or ad hoc.
So it means there's no reason for it to be there. It just is.
Well, there could be. I'm not all knowing, unfortunately. I wish we could ask, God, these questions, but I'm not sure. There could be a scientific explanation. Um, it. I really wouldn't be able to tell you what the beginning of the universe looked like or why it
Yeah,
happened,
you don't
but
need to know at the beginning of the universe. You just need to like use basic logic here. So if you have something, you have contingent things. I'm a contingent thing. I could be a different way. Yes.
yeah.
Okay, if I could be a different way, then I am contingent, I am not necessary. Therefore, it requires a principle of sufficient reason for me to be here. There must be some sort of explanation. Okay, well, let's say we figure the explanation is my parents. Well, then that requires an explanation, so on and so forth. Then we have the totality of contingent things. All contingent things are in existence. Well, we must say, hey, there has to be a reason for it to be in existence. We must get to some sort of necessary thing. We disagree?
There must be a necessary thing that created something.
There just has to be a necessary thing. So whatever is before all has to be necessary. Because if it's contingent, well, then you have to ask the question, why is it contingent if it could be another way? There has to be some. So for example, existence in itself is necessary for me and you to have this conversation.
Okay.
Right. So when we get to,
I'm pretty sure I'm following.
Cool. So we go all the way back to the beginning of the universe. We have to have some sort of necessary being, right? This, whatever, it might not have a mind. It just has to be, it could be like you're saying, it could be just some sort of brute fact particle. Well, the problem is if it's just some brute fact particle, well, we need some sort of explanation for why it's doing what it's doing, right? What would we expect to see if this brute fact particle is creating things ex nihilo, like you were saying, putting things
Right.
in the universe? We would expect to see chaos happening all sorts of different directions.
Well,
Except
the issue here is we can make these same assumptions under the God hypothesis.
I haven't got to God yet. I don't know why you keep jumping to God. We haven't even got there yet. All I'm doing is refuting the atheistic worldview.
Well, there's no refutation.
God. I don't know why you keep going to God.
There's no refutation. I just don't see a logical problem with assuming there could be some sort of special particle or weird science thing
I'm
that created
trying to
the
get there,
universe.
but every time I try to get there, you cut me off and say, "But it doesn't work for God."
Well, the same criticisms could be made for God. That's what I'm pointing out.
But I haven't even gotten to my conclusion yet.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off.
I've been cutting you off. That's fine, but it's the conclusion you're trying to assume I'm going to.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't you just finish your explanation?
Okay, so this thing, this necessary particle that creates everything, it's creating everything. It's not random. Question for you I have to ask you is, could it be random?
What do you mean by random?
So for example, this necessary particle creates the whole universe, right? Could it done it in a way where just unicorns are popping in and out of existence? The Earth is flat, but the moon is a triangle.
I have no idea.
Okay, well, if it can't, right? If it can't be, and it has to be a specific way, that means there's ad hoc limits on it. The ad hoc limits defy the principle of sufficient reason, which means it defines science, which means it doesn't work. Now,
Not necessarily. It really depends on where this particle came from.
well, it doesn't come from anything. That was if it comes from something, it's not contingent.
Well,
Or
it
it's contingent. It's not necessary.
Like it could come from the future, and we're just
But
living
then
on a
but then
loop where
it's
the universe expands, contracts, blah blah blah. We could have an infinite regression.
oh, bro, we just went full circle. It still doesn't explain. We already agreed. We agreed at the start of this conversation that it was necessary. So why are you bringing back to the fact that it's contingent?
Well, I mean, I mean, the universe had to begin for me to be here. Like that would be necessary. Like the universe in its current state.
Right?
Yeah,
Is the
there
first
there
is
there
the
had to
first
be.
mover is the first mover necessary or contingent?
I'm not sure. It may or may not be.
Okay, if it's contingent, right? If it's a contingent thing, well, then it requires the principle of sufficient reason, requires an explanation, which means the thing before it is contingent or necessary, requires an
Okay,
explanation.
so
So on
the way
so forth.
around
Now,
this would be an infinite regression.
fine. Infinite regression. Now you have to explain the totality, all contingent things. Why do they exist?
Yeah, it's an infinite regression.
But you have to explain the totality of it.
Well, it's infinite.
It doesn't matter if it's infinite, it's still an infinite contingent.
Yeah, so the particle created God particle, created God particle, created God particle, created God particle. Just
Yes,
keeps
yeah,
going
I
on
agree.
infinitely.
I agree it's infinite. I agree it's infinite.
Yeah,
But
so
an infinite contingent is still contingent.
right. Yeah,
So
but
if it's still contingent, it still requires an explanation.
yeah, the explanation would be the next step, which goes on infinitely.
That's circular. That's circular.
No,
You're saying the
that's
contingent
not
thing,
circular.
it's 100% circular. You're saying the contingent thing that requires an explanation is explained by the contingent thing that requires an explanation.
Yeah, that's not circular. That's just an infinite regression. That's not.
That is circular. That's the definition. It doesn't matter if it's infinite
Well,
regression.
the other
No,
explanation,
all of it.
I talked about, where time is in some loop, that's literally like that would be circular.
It doesn't matter
Infinite-
if it's in a loop. It doesn't matter if it's infinite. It doesn't matter if it's a loop. Do you know what the word totality means?
Well, you can't have a totality. Like, I don't know what you mean by totality of infinity. Like
All of it.
You're not like, what's the logical problem with something like an infinite regression?
I'm not giving a logical problem for an infinite regression. I'm saying even with an infinite regression, you still have the same problem.
No.
Yes.
So
Because the totality. What does totality mean?
So we go to the point where the Big Bang happens, the universe expands. We go before that with, the God particle. And then we have the God particle being created by another God particle, another God particle creating another God particle. And you just count
Yes,
back.
I
to
know what an
infinity.
infinite regression is. I know
Yeah,
what an infinite
so
regression is. Okay.
I don't see a logical problem with that.
Because again, I'm asking you for the totality of the infinite regression. What is the explanation?
I don't know
for that?
how that's possible. It's an infinite regression.
It's infinite. All of it. Explain all of it.
I don't know how to explain it any further. It's an infinite regression. It goes on to infinity.
Right. So you're giving me a circular answer.
That's not a circular answer.
You're saying infinite
So,
regression
let
is the
me-
answer because of infinite regression.
Well, let me ask you this: has God always existed?
I don't know why you keep jumping. I haven't made an
Well,
argument for God.
the issue, yeah. So the issue we have is whether or not there's a greater probability of atheism versus the God hypothesis. So that's
but
what
what
we're
you're doing
arguing
is you're
about.
denying science, you're denying the principle of sufficient reason, and you're
No.
using circular logic to make you say atheism is the correct way.
No, I'm
So
not.
you're giving me a fallacy and then two denials.
No, I'm not. I'm not denying anything. We're trying to examine whether there's a greater
give me your
probability.
conclusion. Give me your conclusion again, and we'll see if it's circular. What is the explanation for the totality of contingent things?
Yeah, so, well, totality of contingent things. So it would be a single moment in time that was created by a God particle, that was created by a God particle, that was created by a God particle, traveling back infinitely in time.
Okay. So what created that?
I just gave the explanation.
Circular. The infinite regress created the infinite regress, created the infinite regress,
Yes.
created the infinite regress. That's circular.
Okay, so is God circular because he always existed?
No, we haven't gotten to God yet, bro. Anyways, we're at a
Well,
stalemate.
we're
I don't think I'm
comparing.
gonna get through to you.
We're comparing the probability of hypotheses.
I'm gonna jump on, bro.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Appreciate
thanks
your
for
time.
the chat anyway. Take care.
God bless. Ah! I don't know how he wasn't getting that.
Yeah, this guy was just talking past me and avoiding having to acknowledge the same problems with his own hypothesis. Like, you notice how I pointed out you would have the same problem under your own hypothesis. Like, I asked him, did God always exist? Which would mean it's an infinite regression. Like, oh, so if God always existed, he has no problem with infinite regressions. But if God didn't always exist, and he just came into existence somehow, well, then you have the problem of what is the, thing that created all contingent things? He refused to acknowledge the problem and just said, oh, I ran out of time, and then he left. So no, if he's going to say God always existed, then he's fine with infinite regressions. If he's going to say God didn't always exist, well then God would be a contingent would be contingent on some other thing. So he wouldn't be the first mover. Like I
Feelings don't exist. Is this guy for real?
I don't know what point in the conversation you're referring to, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Did you ever tell Jasmine to her face that she's fat? No. Did she get mad at you for trying to get her to exercise or lose weight or go on a diet? I never pressured her to exercise or go on a diet. I know like a lot of the research on psychology of weight loss, so I was always encouraging. Anytime a woman has a problem with her weight, she's going to let you know. And she's going to ask, oh, do you think I'm fat? Do you think I'm ugly? I don't feel sexy anymore. Like they're always going to, say that to you, especially if they're white girls. So I would just tell her, no, I think you're beautiful. Your weight doesn't really matter to me. I still feel just as attracted to you. But, if you want to lose weight and you feel uncomfortable or you want to get more healthy, I can help you go on a diet or whatever. And I just use positive, reinforcement and encouragement and not use any kind of shame tactics. And she did eventually lose weight. She lost most of the weight she gained. So, somebody wanted to argue with me on Discord. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Oh, wait. Why don't you just argue that a Boltzmann brain is more likely than God since he thinks a mind doesn't need to be created? I don't know if he has that position. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. There are some idiots in chat saying you can't debate religion or lost the debate. Some idiot says he's an atheist and you lost the debate. I definitely didn't. Can you open Discord, please? Debate these clowns, then game after. No more videos tonight. It's 12 a.m. Well, I put the Discord, oh my god, this guy again. Yeah, what do you want?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, so I just wanted to take a moment to express something I genuinely believe about you, and I put a lot of thought into this because I think your impact and intelligence deserves to be fully recognized. So I really wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the depth of your intellect and the unyielding.
Anybody else who's not a troll? Going once, going twice. All right, we're done.
Topic. I don't even know. Wow. I don't even know where to begin or how to begin telling you this story, because do you guys ever come across something you see on the internet when you're just like, that is just so beyond parody and so insane that you cannot almost believe that it's even true? Well, we kind of have a story like that today. If you guys know a thing or two about what is going on in Russia, or if you watch my channel, you probably know that Russia currently is not really a country that could be described as LGBT.
If he can say that probability of dragons existing based only on stories from different cultures, then the same can be applied to God not existing and using proof of all the bad that occurs in the world as proof. Chatkt says dragons no real. He ran at end.
Yeah, I guess you could make that argument. If he's going to say personal testimony from different cultures is good enough, then you could just use the totality of people who said they never had a religious experience or never saw God or anything as proof that God doesn't exist. And yeah, claiming the possibility of dragons is just fucking ridiculous. And yeah, he did run. Like, again, we ended up debating on the probability of each hypothesis, a world being generated without a god, world being generated with a god, and then, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dragon's
Dude,
Real.
you got your ass kicked on that debate. Question mark inverted 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 question mark section at sections and section and you are a gay dum that eats cum from gum.
No, I don't think I lost that debate. Thanks for the donation though, Rufus.
LGBT friendly, right? Russia has recently banned so-called LGBT propaganda for all ages, which means that you cannot even show scenes of same-sex love in like movies. It has to be actually blurred in music videos and stuff like that. And even in books, references to homosexuality need to be completely removed and censored, which leads to stuff like this existing. The LGBT movement is now considered an extremist organization in Russia and is completely banned. And also, Russia has completely banned.
So what happened at the hospital? What's the deal? Tell us all.
Yeah, so the doctor took a look at my balls. He said there's nothing he can detect that's wrong, and the pain I'm experiencing is inexplicable. So that's that. And then he couldn't really give me any help for the lack of sleep or the lack of appetite. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
And transgender surgeries, and according to the latest news, Russia is now apparently creating a new registry, a new official list of LGBT persons in Russia, which I'm not really sure why they would want a list of people that they consider extremists and terrorists, right? I have absolutely zero idea what the Russian government might want to do with this. Anyway, the point is that Russia is not exactly well known as the most gay-friendly country, and well, how do I put it, you guys? What if I told you that apparently, supposedly, currently in the Russian army fighting in Ukraine, trying to take over Ukraine, there are actually transgender soldiers fighting for Russia, who also unironically describe themselves as Z-patriots that are fighting against like Western degeneracy and Ukrainian nationalism and so on. And once again, like, these people actually exist. And today we're gonna look at a story of one of them, which honestly kind of makes me lose my faith in humanity. Or makes me feel like people are just not serious anymore, you know what I mean? And this whole thing is one of the most insane examples of double think and of people fighting against their own interests that I've ever seen in my entire life. So hey there people, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, and in today's video, we are going to be looking at a real story of a transgender soldier in the Russian army, which in my opinion just shows how deeply unserious of a country Russia is at this point, and in my opinion it is just incredible, considering the fact that recently I reacted to a video on this channel which was a Russian army recruitment ad, and in the video the whole point was basically to actually make fun of gay men, and the video was basically showing that if you don't want to be a weak beta gay soy boy living as a civilian in Russia, then you have to join the army and become a real strong manly man that is defending the nation and is as masculine as possible. I mean, all of that is absolutely amazing because it actually turns out that there's real trans soldiers in Russia, and also come on you guys, we've all seen that one video of one Russian soldier performing a you know what on another Russian soldier, and then they both get, you know, then they both perish. We've all seen that video, so I'm not saying that things like these don't happen in the Russian army, but usually they try to keep it on the down low at least. This person though decided not to, so this right here is what I'm talking about precisely, what shocked me so hard. This right here is an article that came out in the Russian sort of anti-war, anti-Putin new media called Kholod. This is a media that is run by a bunch of Russians who left Russia as far as I understand. And essentially here we have the story of, I am already a queen, as in chess. The veteran of the special military operation, Maxim Perov, has left the front for vacation in order to be able to get his transgender surgery in time. Having become Maxine, she decided to continue serving Russia, but was fired. Yes, guys. This is not a parody article, this is a real person. Невероятные истории, о которых невозможно молчать. So let's just read the synopsis. And the synopsis here says, Maxim Perov was brought up in a family that has a history of military service. He studied in the Suvorov military school, however did not want to tie his whole life to the army. From the youngest age, he did not feel himself as other boys. He was friends with the girls and he felt not himself inside of his own body. He started serving as a conscript, having left his university and trying to get a vacation from a new failed family life. But in the end, he ended up becoming a soldier on the front line. And while serving in Ukraine, he decided to do his transgender surgery. Special for Kholod, the journalist Ivan Kozlov has decided to talk to Maxine Perova, her friends and family, in order to tell the story of a decorated veteran of the special military operation who has committed one of the last transitions in the entirety of Russia. So yes, guys, I really wasn't overselling it when I was saying to you that this is the most insane fucking story I've heard in my entire life. Let's just read, okay? Because this is, wow. Cannot make this shit up. And the craziest thing to me about this entire story is obviously the cognitive dissonance. How this person is essentially transgender, part of the LGBT community, and yet this person is actively fighting for Russia, a country that is super adamant about defending traditional values and essentially considering LGBT people as non-human.
Dodo Donate Teller, Steve Bannon is anti-Semitic and supports Israel because, in his mind, if Jews control Israel, then the second coming of Christ will happen. He's still a Nazi. Read the comments. Yeah. So if you're gonna say you believe in an all good being gains, this is a contradiction. Yeah, great. Problem of Evil's answered. Genesis. No, it's not. Oh my god, these people are just fucking retarded. Oh my god.
On January 20th, 2025, Pixie created a Substack post signaling her intent to sue me. She has since filed her lawsuit in which she claimed target of the entire revenge porn list.
When this guy says what Steve Bannon did at CPAC was a Nazi salute. It's a Nazi salute, lol.
Bannon gets up there and says, I think Trump's going to run in 28. He goes, we want Trump. And then he throws up a straight up Roman salute. It's getting a little uncomfortable even for me. Even I'm starting to feel like that guy in the picture that wouldn't hail Hitler. It's even getting a little uncomfortable, and I'm saying that, you know? And I was writing policy memos for Supreme Leader Kanye West, okay? I was writing policy papers based on Hitler's policies for Supreme Leader Ye. And it's getting even a little excessive for me. Bannon goes up there and he's like, Trump is our guy in 28. Person like that only comes around twice in a country's history. We want Trump. And then a straight up.
Yeah. It's obvious what he's doing. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Ha ha ha, another man fondled your balls, that's gay. You and the doc both know you pretended to have pain just to get your balls touched. There's Asian massage parlors for that weirdo.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
Streamer Destiny is being sued for allegedly sharing sexual content of a woman without her consent or knowledge. Now, the federal lawsuit that's been filed in Florida on Tuesday alleges that Destiny, whose real name is Steve.
So they're not mentioning that Pixie sent videos without her partner's consent? Yeah, let's not actually watch this video or respond to any of the claims in it. Yeah. Well, that's the Young Turks.
And you guys might be wondering, what exactly makes a person act and vote against their own interests? Well, a lot of the times it comes down to propaganda and the way news are presented. A lot of media these days has an agenda, and they use politically charged language in their reports in order to influence how you think. Which is exactly where ground news comes in. It's a tool that I've been using for a long time now. I've talked about it on my channel before. And if you guys are not familiar with ground news, it's essentially the ultimate news comparison website. Ground news collects the news from all around the world in one place, letting you compare news and headlines in real time as they happen. And ground news actually shows you the ownership, the political bias, and the factuality of every single news source. For example, here I am actually in a very fitting article on ground news about Trump signing an order that likely will set in motion a future ban on transgender troops in the US military. Here ground news shows me there's a total of 403 news sources that cover this article, and I can actually go down and scroll and check out all of these and read them individually. And obviously Trump's new orders have been a very divisive topic, and the left and the right have both been saying different things. For example, the left-wing media here reported on the fact that Trump administration actually got sued over this trans military ban, or some even mentioned that trans soldiers actually date back to the Civil War. So obviously the left is reporting about the attack on the LGBT rights here. However, on the right, a lot of media is excited about how Trump is going to reinstate troops discharged over COVID-19 vaccine refusal. There's a couple more like this right here, for example. So clearly the left and the right care about the rights of very different people and care about very different things. So yeah, it's quite cool to compare different headlines like this on the exact same topic. And another feature that I personally enjoy is the blind spot, which actually shows here how they made it like a movie at a private showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, by the way. Very not traditional, not Z movie, right? So this person met this trans soldier at this viewing party. Let me read this. According to her memories, Maxine stayed for the after party, which was happening in the apartment of one of the attendants, but instead of having fun, she spent a few hours sitting in the kitchen having a philosophical dispute with somebody. A lot of people like that about her, and also, after a few more parties together with Maxine, some of the members of the friend group started questioning the fact that the girl really likes to troll, and also that she, for some reason, really loves post-ironic right-wing memes. She is able to say the word goida about 100 times per hour. One time we were playing Truth or Dare, and as soon as she would choose Dare, she was forbidden from saying the word Goida until the very end of the party. If you guys are not familiar, Goida is a Z-Russian meme started essentially by an insane pro-Russian celebrity and actor Ivana Khlobystin, who screamed this word on stage next to Vladimir Putin at a kind of a demonstration organized by the government on the Red Square in Moscow, which was celebrating, I think, the annexation of new territories of Ukraine. So the guy was basically saying, we Russians, we need like a war chant to go into battle with, and Goida! 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 He said that it's like an old Slavic battle cry that we should use. Essentially, I feel like with this person here, this transgender soldier who likes to say Goida 100 times per hour, I don't know what this is if not like the biggest evidence of the fact that 4chan, and you know, it's to be honest. Maxine says, this inside Maxime did not really create a lot of sexual...
Bizarre.
Exercise for this part of the triceps, do this one for this, and this one for this, but this is mostly bullshit. There might be some minor differences in activation, but for the most part, just extending the elbow is going to work all of these chunks together. They all extend the elbow.
This is Instagram, right? It's 90% bullshit, but it's entertaining.
Now, the one exception I would say is the long head. It actually crosses the shoulder joint, and it's responsible for shoulder extension. And so doing overhead work puts the long head in a sort of pre-stretched position. And this is why you'll never...
Dodo donated $2. It's refreshing to see TYT support Ukraine again after months of beginning to be Ukraine skeptical. Why the change of heart? Well, it's because they're partisan hacks, and it's just because Trump is against Ukraine.
Without an invasion, and then he wouldn't invade it so that later we could give it to him. It would have been so simple, so easy. Anyway, no, Kill Me knows exactly what's going on there. What remaining shreds of respect he has for Donald Trump, I'm sure evaporating in real time. And we're going to go through and we're going to talk about all the politics of this. I'm just going to first reiterate, I absolutely despise Donald Trump. He is one of the most...
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ever feel a long head stretch unless you're doing overhead work. So I do recommend having some kind of cable extension or dumbbell extension or a French press in order to target that area maybe a little bit more effectively. We do know that a stretch can independently help muscle growth, and that exercises that put the muscle in a loaded stretched position can absolutely help growth. So I would say for the long head in particular, you'll want some kind of overhead work. For the medial and lateral, I don't think it's really worth, twisting your own dick to try to find that contracted position for each particular head. Now let's get into exercise selection. Now the triceps will absolutely be stimulated by presses and pushes. So vertical presses and horizontal presses or pushes, as I call it in my book. Now, it depends on your grip width for the most part. So taking a very wide grip, you can see there's not a whole bunch of range of motion, okay? And you're not even getting a stretch on the triceps. The stretch is going to be at the shoulder, on the pecs, and on the front delt. It's not going to be a whole bunch of triceps. But if you bring your grip in, suddenly it's much more range of motion at the triceps, at the elbow, and you're potentially getting a bit of a stretch on the triceps as well. So the close grip bench press is a very good way to target the triceps. Dips are also going to be an excellent stimulator of triceps hypertrophy. Some people don't like them. And I agree that they're not for everyone, okay? Some people get sternum issues or clavicle issues or rotator cuff issues, but try them out and give them an honest shot and see if they work for you. Some calisthenics athletes develop ridiculous triceps, mostly just from dips and, close grip push-up variations. So it can work. It's worth noting, however, that some people tend to be more torso dominant and other people tend to be more arm dominant.
This pro-Palestine protest will be 30 minutes from me. I want to see the crazy dumb shit they have to say. I'll try and videotape it and maybe send it if I catch anything.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I hate these people. Well, sure. Good luck, dude. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
I'm not convinced the mental energy of working out is worthwhile if you're poor and trying to escape the rat race.
Well, physical strength is always a benefit to you. You're more likely to get hired to a job and make more money, and people are going to be more positively receptive to you if you look better and look stronger. Thanks for the donation, dude. Bend over, donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god. Those ducks are eating peas. Oh, wow. I love ducks.
Actually a jerboa. They've not only got a pair of long legs, but also a pair of adorable big eyes.
Wow.
Different from mice, jerboas have their own specific family. Apart from some pets, wild jerboas mainly live in regions like North Africa and Asia. They mainly feed on plants, and in summer, they also catch some small insects. Just as you can see, the way jerboas walk is by hopping. Their super strong jumping ability can help them avoid more predators in the wild. Of course, there's not just one kind of jerboa. For example, there are long-eared jerboas with extremely large ears.
Wow. Those are interesting little animals. All right, thanks for the donation, Ben.
Dominant. So if you have a huge chest, you might not recruit a lot of triceps in the bench press because it's just going to be a lot of chest. It might be a lot of front delts. If you're pressing, it might not be a lot of triceps. For other people, they actually struggle to recruit the chest. They find that their arms take most of the tension. So know which type you are. If compound movements don't stimulate the triceps and don't recruit the triceps for you, they might not be a very good thing to include for arm growth. Next, moving on to the isolation movements, you can do skull crushers. You can do this with an easy bar, maybe with a straight bar, but I would say use an easy bar if you have access to one. You can do it with the neutral grip bar. You can do this with dumbbells. Lots of different ways to do these. You can also do them in a few different ways. Some people lower to the skull, to the face, but a lot of people find that this bothers the elbows. Something about the elbows going forward just really does irritate the elbows of a lot of people. Other people tend to lower behind the head and use a little bit.
21st Savage, donators, don't click this for half a second and say I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation. Watch that at least 1 minute. It's actually great. Compilation summary of your life in the last 6 years. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
But a lat, a little bit of shoulder extension, which is also triceps, by the way, extending that shoulder in order to get the bar moving. This is the way that I prefer to do them, and I find that they are very, very effective. Other people keep it back here and extend the arm this way. So they keep in this elevated position behind them, and they just focus on this type of action. I know natural hypertrophy does them in this way, and give them a shot. See which way you prefer. I've done them a bunch of different ways, and I've settled on this way because I found that it's the most effective for me. but you have to find the most effective way for you.
Jason, deporting Indians, please donate to others. Why don't you buy a Lambo if you're so rich? I don't like those sorts of cars. Rally cars are really my thing, so if I had to get a reasonably priced car, I'd get like a GR Yaris or something like that. If I wanted to get a really high performance car, I'd again get a rally car and either engine swap it or tune it. Or I'd get an Ariel Atom, which I could, eventually afford. And I might actually end up getting one pretty soon. So, yeah, I'm just not into Lamborghinis. They're not particularly reliable. They're built like shit. And it's just not really my thing. I don't get super excited over Lambos and shit like that. Yeah, I'm more into rally cars or like the Ariel Atom.
How brainwashed is this kid's mom? Fucked him up. I'm in a fucking alternate roaster.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dude.
I'm just some guy on the internet sharing my experience. Now, if those piss off your elbows, which does happen to quite a few people, you can do overhead cable extensions or overhead band extensions. Both are okay. You can do them in two different ways. One is when you set up and you're standing vertically. So you set the attachment sort of in the mid-range to where you can get full range of motion, and you just start them this way. I've been doing them this way recently, and it's a very good way because it forces you to stay strict and make sure that your range of motion is fairly consistent. You can use full range of motion for the first one, and then just lower to around here for subsequent reps, or you can do them from a dead stop each single rep. Both are okay. You can also do them where you take the rope and you sort of twist around, and then you do them when you're leaning away from the attachment. This allows for a little bit more of a natural feeling movement, and you can almost always use more weight. So you might take, your 5 rep max from the strict version and do it for 12, 15 reps, or maybe even more. So this can be a good way to overload, and you can switch back and forth and see which one you prefer, or just use both for the sake of variety. Now, in terms of elbows flared or tucked, I would say go by feel. I keep them fairly flared because that is what is most comfortable for me, allows me to use the most weight, and just feels anatomically correct. If I go like this, I feel like very constricted, and so flaring just feels better. You can do these with a rope, you can do them with a bar overhand, you can do them with and these tend to be a little bit harder on the elbows. And these are a good option as well. AM press, so this is sort of like a mix between a close grip bench press and a skull crusher. So you're not going back, you're not going to the chest, you're going to the chin area, you're taking it right on the full facial. And this is I'll be honest, I don't like this movement very much. I've done it a few times.
I like jam presses. My elbows are just kind of fucked right now. Can't do them.
Implemented it over the years a few times, and it never quite feels right for me. On your tits to keep it in place, your elbows. So listen to your elbows. If they're starting to ache, range, you can go a little bit lower. I'll do doubles. I'll do singles sometimes. I'll do 3 to 4 to 5 reps. I'll go higher as well sometimes, but usually that's what I use for my heavier work. Dips, I don't personally like them for super low reps. Some people do, but I generally say keep it 6 and up.
Yeah, I've seen so many people tear their pecs doing heavy weighted dips. I don't think it's a really good idea. You get more of a stretch doing dips, and you can generally also use more weight than on a bench. So those two factors combined, if you're doing really heavily weighted dips, you're probably at higher risk of a pec tear.
If you can. In terms of most isolation movements, I spend the majority of my time in the sort of 8 to 12 rep range, with a little bit of time slightly below and a little bit of time in the sort of 10 to 15-ish range. But the majority is roughly 10 reps per set. I have maxed out on extensions before, but I would say this extending movements, isolations, I have 0 to 4 reps or 0 to 4 sets for beginners, 2 to 8 for intermediates, and 6 to 12 for those who are advanced. I do think having some isolation movements is going to be necessary to maximize development. Convoluted. Now, in terms of programming, I would put this after your main compound movements for sure. I think there's something to be said in some circumstances for pre-exhausting your chest before bench or something like that, but pre-exhausting your triceps before presses or before bench presses or before dips or something like that, I don't think there's a lot of value to be had there. You really do want to be chasing strength even for these isolation movements. For example, back in May, I started doing the standing overhead cable extension, and I could do 25 kilos for a set of 6. And I progressed steadily, doing it, every 3 to 7 days or so. And my last workout was 50 kilos for 6. So I literally doubled my strength on that movement. For the traditional standing away variation, I went from 50 kilos for 8 to 65 kilos for 5. So not as big of a jump because I had been doing that movement before, but still a pretty significant increase. And I think too many people just go through the motions when it comes to their isolation, trying to focus on the contraction stronger. Now, in terms of strength standards, I would say a 300-pound dip, total weight, not just the weight added, is going to be a good standard. Alpha Destiny recently did a video where a 300-pound pull-up total was his standard for lats. So I would say a 300-pound dip, or maybe even a 350-pound dip, is a good target. And if you can pop that off for 6 or 8 or 10 or 12 reps, full range of motion, controlled, you will have some dank-ass triceps. For the close grip bench press, I would say targeting anywhere from 100 to 120 kilos for multiple reps is going to be a good target. It's roughly 220 to 275-ish pounds. Will pretty much ensure that you have big triceps. Now, close grip is going to be, I would say, right around here, to where you're touching just outside the chest, is going to be a good way to go. Usually, if your arms look bigger, they're probably bigger. But I would say taking measurements is a good idea. You can just use a tape measure. It's fairly easy once you get used to it. It can take a little bit of practice, especially if you're doing it alone. But once you know how to do it, it takes 10 seconds. And the triceps are roughly 2/3 of the upper arm. So the arm measurement is a pretty good measure of progress. I would say if you're, 14, 15 inches, it's good, solid, but it could be better, probably. 16 inches is getting pretty decent. 17 is quite impressive. 18 is freaking awesome, assuming you're lean and a natural. And 19.
Yeah, I think my arms are 18 right now.
19. Well, I highly doubt anyone is natural and lean and watching this video who has a 19-inch arm.
I actually had a buddy who's natural. He has 20-inch arms.
But I suppose it's possible. And 20 inches, send evidence. Definitely grab a copy of my book if you enjoyed this video.
All right. Let's play some video games.
Doing good.
Oh. Made my mask white. Weird. Oh, my headband's white.
Hiya!
Hell yeah, bitch. Fucking pussy ass Ronin.
That's a good boy.
Emperor Richard, we have declared war on Hamas alongside Israel. The reason is because they have killed 3 hostages that they were supposed to return by choking them out. We will kill every Hamas fight Adolf Hitler style as well.
Alright, good to hear. I approve. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold.
Heal! Mongol yurt.
It was already too late.
I can help. What's wrong?
Hurry! They're coming through the window. Run!
That's over now. You're here with me.
No, you.
Their minds are lost in 1,000 hells. Who did this? Some kind of restraint on her. She bit her tongue off. Bled to death. What did these people endure? This color. I don't recognize the tribe. Looks like an altar.
Dodo Chillers, I like how you're worried the story in Life is Strange Double Penetration is going to be good enough, but you're playing the DLC of a game that you said was written by a child. The story absolutely sucked and the mechanics suck and make you replay too much when you die.
For some kind of Mongol ceremony.
Yeah.
Samurai!
Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The eagle calls to you.
Sarang bordan jarang, bordan jarang, badan jarang, henden jarang, bordan jarang, fotum parang, henden jarang, jarang bat.
He's chanting, filling them with bloodlust.
Oh my god.
More of them.
Oh my god. What in the actual fuck, dude? Why didn't the arrows work? The other guy I could shoot. What a lot of fuck, dude.
Do you think 2 wrongs make a right? You realize if you don't learn to forgive people and you are intent on their destruction, you only destroy yourself. Buddha and Christ taught an eye for an eye makes the world blind. Stop the cycle of hate, you retard fag.
Yeah, that's a good way to get fucked over. There are people who have no interest in ethics, don't care about you, and if you forgive them, they're just gonna fuck you over again, so no. Crush your enemies, show no mercy. Thanks for the donation, Two Wrongs. You're a dumbass. You've gotta be.
More of them.
Oh, what the fuck? I swear I timed that properly. Get fucked.
More of them.
These enemies are very annoying. Wow, that's super irritating. What in the fuck?
More of them.
God damn it! It's so stupid. Okay, shit.
More of them.
What in the fuck? It didn't let me dodge.
More of them.
What the fuck was that?
Bastards. You won't torment anyone else.
Fucking dick.
I need to find out who these invaders are. Tell me what you did to these people.
Dodo Donate Tellers, who's your best friend, by the way? He doesn't want to be a public figure. We know, like, everything about you. I didn't know you had a best friend. The only friend I know you have is Noodles. Is it Noodles? No. Is that his real name? Where did you meet your best friend from school? Is he vegan? No, online. Thanks for the... And yeah, he's vegan. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
They heard the call of the eagle.
The eagle. Is he your leader?
She will lead the eagle tribe to your shores, with all of Iki Island at her back.
They came from
How
Iki
is?
Island.
How is what? Thanks for the donation, though, Nut Muffin.
Father. Jin. Help me.
I'd be willing to bet an all-expense-paid vacation to your favorite vegan donut shop that you're just stressed out and that's why you can't sleep well. I have no comment on the testicle though.
I don't think I'm particularly stressed out. I also don't want donuts. I've completely lost motivation to eat any junk food.
I came as soon as I heard.
Thanks for the donation, though, even now.
They're getting the help they need. But I don't know if they will recover.
What happened to them?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen these Mongols before. They claim to follow someone called the Eagle. And they're planning an attack on Tsushima.
Those people lost their minds. If the Eagle can do that to the whole island...
She won't.
How will you find her?
One of our people mentioned Iki Island.
It's full of raiders and criminals. They hate the samurai.
I know. My father led the campaign to pacify them, and he died on that island. The samurai retreated after he fell. Now something monstrous has taken root on Iki Island. I have to go back. Clan Sakai is not welcome on Iki Island. If I want to wear the Sakai armor there, I need to conceal the clan markings.
The boat's ready.
I'm guessing your separation from Jasmine has been somewhat difficult for you. I'm sorry about that, by the way. Are you on that Brian Johnson diet?
No. The separation has not been difficult. It's been very easy. Much prefer these set of circumstances. And no, I'm not on the Brian Johnson diet. Thanks for the donation, even though. Yeah, it's great that I get to keep all the money I make. It's funny, I'm, having money that I get to keep is great.
We sail on your command. Are you sure about this, Lord Sakai? Iki Island's no place for a samurai.
Make for the northwestern shore.
Near Fort Sakai.
My father built it to last. If there's trouble on Iki, the locals may be sheltering there.
I'll get you there as fast as I can, my lord. The sea's been angry ever since those Mongols arrived. Storms are especially fierce around Iki.
Not surprising. The Eagle tribe is doing something horrible there.
Whatever they're up to, they've angered the Kami. But don't worry, I've sailed through worse.
Come, Kaze.
John Steele made an absolute fool of vegan gains. Every single point that got brought up, John humiliated your lack of knowledge. That was a bad showing for gains. It felt like stealing candy from a child. You were the child.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Brace yourself, boy.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum.
Kaze!
Oh, how's my Glum Glum? Oh, I love my kitty. He's such a good boy. Oh, he's so good. I love you. Oh. It's my handsome kitty. Yeah, come lie down.
Kaze?
I can't see this. I feel like I need psychiatric care after seeing this.
Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, Leland, though. Maybe don't look at AI-generated images of dudes with big butts.
Kaze!
I hope you made it to shore.
Well, horses can swim.
Did I make it? Looks like an old smuggling hideout.
How is the VG?
Well, I don't have much to complain about. I'm doing pretty good, you know, chilling, enjoying myself, making money, so... Yeah, the only real problems I have lately are the sleep issues and lack of appetite, but it's not too much to complain about, and I guess the testicle. Thanks for the donation, though, Nutmuffin. Really appreciate it. I hate salt water. Salt water from the ocean is so gross.
Need to find a way out.
Oh, I have to hold it.
It worked.
It didn't go on the thing like I wanted.
Fort Sakai isn't far. I should see if anyone is sheltered there. Kaze, I will find you. Maybe near the wreckage of our
Hey,
boat.
monkeys.
If it washed ashore.
Look at all the monkeys. Okay, I get it. Oh my god. Where are our horses?
Where'd you get off to? What's wrong?
We was just here. The edge. Did she fall? No. No!
Your mind is lost. Like the people on Tsushima. I'm sorry.
Looks like there's a thing over there. Archery challenge.
If you can handle yourself in a fight, come here.
No thanks. Sounds lame. Such a good boy, Gum Gum. I like how Gum Gum sits on me. Such a sweet kitty. Love him so much. Love my Gum Gum. You know I love you, Gum Gum.
If you were admitted to the hospital and had a Muslim nurse, would you request a different nurse? What if they asked you, are you vegan gains? And didn't say or ask anything else? Would you feel comfortable with them handling your IVs and shit?
Yeah, I wouldn't really be worried. There's some fucking hot Muslim nurses. I remember when I got an ultrasound on my testicles, the lady doing it was this hot-ass Muslim chick. Dude, she had such a big, thick-ass nose. That was pretty hot. I had a half chub while she was doing it. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Demon cunt goes to church and I tell her, can you
brought me here.
go
Kaze!
to more
Where are you,
protests
boy?
with the Death to Hamas shirt when it warms up? Yeah, I can
Cap's
do
not
that.
my boat.
Thanks for the donation, dude.
I know those tracks. Kaze survived. Where did you run to, boy? An even gate. Good. You're not injured. You stopped to graze. Must have been calm. And starving. You fell. Or rolled. I hope you're all right. You there!
Quiet! They'll hear you. The Eagle tribe is hunting us. The things they do to people's minds, it's awful.
Calm down. We're alone here.
When I heard them coming, I ran. Didn't see the snake till I was almost on it.
You did a fine job killing it.
Not me. A horse came charging out of nowhere, trampled it, and saved my life.
What happened to the sack? Once my left nut felt like it got punched and sometimes it would go numb and numbness would travel down my left leg. It lasted for like 2 weeks and then I was good.
I've had testicle pain for a while. So I don't know what it is. Been to the doctor for it a few times and they can't give me an explanation. Thanks for the donation though, Nutmuffin.
Which way did he go?
Up the hill, toward the Mongols.
Thank you.
If you find that horse, give him my thanks.
Footprints. Mongol. They were surprised, then gave chase. Skull's broken by a horse's kick. That sound. They're close. Kaze, he needs me. Or not. Kaze trampled them. Good work, boy. Kaze? I'm here, boy. Are you alright?
Yeah, it's 1:14 in the morning.
I lost you, but I should have known you'd never give up. Remember that trick from before? Where you charged the Mongols? Let's try that again.
Rush them, boy!
Oh. Charge through the Mongols.
Hey, good.
It's good to have you back, boy.
Help! Over here! Help me, please!
Someone's in trouble. We need to help him. That's the last of them.
That's twice you saved my life.
You're welcome.
I meant him, but my thanks to both of you.
Easy now.
Good work, boy. Time to go. This island needs us.
What in the fuck?
Stand and fight!
Jose, come on.
I don't know if you can climb up there. Weird.
Ooh, Kaze.
That's strange. What do we got here?
Mongols capturing monkeys?
Oh. There you go, monkeys. You're free.
My mother taught me to play the flute in a place like this.
Oh, Gum Gum. I love my Gum Gum so much. He's a really good Gum Gum. So is that it? Just a bunch of Mongols capturing monkeys for some reason? Hmm. Demon cunt goes woke. Don't tell her, why the fuck do you support the transgender shit? It's so obviously just weird and stupid. Why do you support people being weird and stupid? It doesn't make any sense. It's just people being ridiculous. Well, that's great. Thanks for the donation, dude. Oh my god. I fucking get it.
Here.
Hey! You'll be free soon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Freed by a samurai.
Go. Be well.
Oh,
I never thought I'd be free again.
you die now.
Here, you çıkıyorsa. Kolları çek. Hiç basa.
Get fucked.
Despite the violence, it is beautiful here.
Demon.
Light here reminds me
cunts.
of a song my mother would play.
Donated $2.
How did that melody go?
Why do you not answer my transgender question? Also, why don't you help Cosmic Skeptic not shit his pants on the vegan diet? Well, he's a lying, dishonest, retarded dipshit, and I tried to reach out to him, but he just won't ever respond to me, so. Thanks for the donation,
My
dude.
mother loved the deer.
Oh,
Honored
glum
them.
glum.
I'll play one of her songs for them.
Oh, look at the little deer. Oh. Deer likes music. Look at him. Oh. Oh, that is a nice, friendly deer. Oh my goodness.
My mother would sit us down by deer like these.
Oh my god.
And have me recite poems from Kokinshu for them. I struggled. Whenever I faltered, she would pick up right where I left off. She knew it all by heart. Good boy.
Here! Stand and fight me!
There's a lot of them there.
A year ago this cat was with my neighbor next door. Now she's all over my furniture.
Oh. Oh my goodness. So pretty. Look at those yellow eyes and that gray-orange coat. That's amazing. Wow. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. That's nice. Fuck. Shit. Wow, are you kidding me? Fuck right off. Like, how in the hell do they make, like, these lock-on attacks that you can't even avoid with a dodge roll? So bullshit. By the way, what the fuck even is this? Why can't I redo the thing? What? What the fuck is going on?
It's a good thing your wife left you. You dodged a bullet. She looked like a trailer park hillbilly redneck. She, her, they, them transgender fat ass. When will you collaborate with Fix Fearless and do cold approaches?
I don't know if he's interested in doing any collaborations, and I don't just go up and talk to every girl I see. I'm not interested in talking to most people, and don't really want to date a non-vegan, so thanks for the donation though, Demon, or whatever.
Are you the eagle? The scouts you sent to Tsushima. I killed them. Khotun Khan is dead. We defeated his army on Tsushima. Tomorrow, 1,000 samurai will join me on the shores of Iki. Surrender, and we will spare you.
Your journey was hard. Drink.
There are easier ways to kill me.
I do not harm my guests.
What did you give me?
My sacred medicine. Save your strength. This is the easy part.
Love you, Gum Gum.
You won't break me.
So beautiful.
You were broken long ago. I release your spirit to travel the underworld. Face the judgment of your ancestors.
Jin, help me. May your death benefit all beings.
My lord.
You know, I told you not to come.
Lucky for you, I didn't listen. I borrowed the first ship I could find. What's wrong?
Joey in his jail cell.
That's the drawing I made. Oh. Oh my goodness, so handsome. Oh, that's amazing. Look how sentient he is. Oh my god, he's handsome. Post is not available for some reason.
This is a dumpster dive hole.
All right.
What did they do to you?
The Eagle Tribe's leader. She fed me some kind of poison.
Oh.
Let's find you a healer before they come back.
Gum Gum. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum.
My katana was here.
You're
Look
so
around for the rest of your
beautiful,
things.
You know that?
The eagle and her Mongols.
Yeah,
Where
you're
are
so
they?
I started a fire
beautiful.
outside the compound. Drew them out to investigate. Hurry! Grab your belongings.
All right, let's go.
This way.
Oh.
After all these years, Fort Sakai's still here.
You know this place.
My father built it.
Ah, of course.
What are you doing, Gum Gum?
Is anyone on the island fighting back against the Mongols?
None that I know of. Yet.
So you haven't found allies?
No. Iki Island resents Clan Sakai. It will be hard to gather support.
Because of your father. Give me a hand with this gate. When will the other samurai get here?
Other samurai? I didn't tell anyone. Not even Sensei Ishikawa.
Was your father killed at this fort?
No. We were ambushed in the canyons.
So you were there with him? This way. Where to?
There's a ravine across the yard. We can escape that way.
Interesting. I'll follow you. Losing your father in an ambush. I can't imagine how painful that was.
Sometimes I can't either.
Try climbing down. What do you see?
Why didn't you help me?
Father?
You let him kill me.
I wanted to save you.
You saw your father die.
Something's wrong. You poisoned me.
To open your mind, these visions are just the beginning. Without my help, the fear and pain will overwhelm you. Let me guide you through the horror. Purge the guilt
Yeah, I never
from your
watched Life
spirit.
of Pi. It looked like a really
Make you
stupid gay
whole
movie.
again. Just as I have done for all my shamans. Then we will tame this island and finish what your father started. Help me defeat the raiders of Iki Island. Avenge your father's death.
No!
Jin!
Where am I?
Jin! Can you hear me?
Father?
Poor boy. You failed your father, and now your soul is lost.
I tried to teach the child all I know, but he acts more like a poet than a samurai. Jin! You're in danger! Keep going!
I'm coming, Father!
Kazumasa doubted you, and you proved him right. What kind of samurai watches his father die?
After my father was killed, we sailed home with his body. I wished I had drowned.
Soft. Clumsy. If he dies in battle, the future of our clan is in danger.
Your father never wanted you on Iki. Everything you do tarnishes the Sakai name.
It was a trap! Jin! Thieves!
I'm coming, Father!
Destroy our clan!
Father!
Run, Jin! We're almost there!
You let your father die.
No!
May your death benefit all beings.
Father.
You all right?
The eagle.
She's close. We better go. I know someplace safe.
What the hell's going on?
You weren't looking so good. I let you rest.
Who are you? Answer me.
You're used to talking that way to people on Tsushima.
Yeah, Gummy's
Not
having
here,
a
samurai.
rack on me.
I don't even know if you're real.
Draw your blade. Find out how real I am.
If you're from Iki, you know who won the Battle of Cloud Forest.
Rained 2 weeks straight before that battle. Flash flood killed samurai and islanders alike. We all lost. My turn to ask questions. What's a samurai doing on Iki Island?
The Eagle sent a scouting party to Tsushima. When I saw what they did to our people, I knew I had to stop them.
So you saw the effects of her poison?
More than that, she made me drink it.
And you can still hold a conversation? First time I've seen that.
How long does it take to wear off?
As far as I know, it doesn't.
I won't let that stop me. How long have the Mongols been here?
Few weeks. Wiped out most of the raiders. My crew are the last holdouts.
I can help you fight back. And drive the Eagle from Iki.
A samurai? Helping raiders?
Anything to stop the Eagle.
What's your name?
Jin. From Yarikawa.
Let me think about your offer. Jin from a Yarikawa.
You're not slipping away that easily.
I need to find more survivors, and you need to get your head on straight. Catch up to me at a farmhouse on the western coast, and we'll talk more. If the Eagle's poison doesn't break you first.
It won't.
Do you like Beyond Meat? Yeah, it's pretty good. I think Impossible Meat tastes better, but it's pretty good.
Clear my head. Then meet Tenzo. I can't let the Eagle tribe destroy this island.
I don't know if we can invade that already. Guess we can try. I'm pretty sure it's one of those forts where it doesn't let you until you get to a story point.
You ran from your father's death for years. There is nowhere left to run. The nightmare will
still
grow
hallucinating?
worse. You cannot face your father's death alone. Without my wisdom, you will lose your soul to madness.
The visions. They're still happening.
I've tried the impossible nuggets. Those are good.
Face me!
Yeah, the Beyond Meat nuggets are pretty good, but not as good as the impossible.
Don't have to do this! Please!
Enemies. Oh, shit.
Hold still.
Yeah, Beyond Steak is good. I like mixing it with teriyaki sauce.
They had me locked up for days in that thing. That was good to watch.
You're safe now.
There was no other way. I had to feed my men. I wish you'd fallen at Komoda.
You're not real.
Just realized I don't have my hat. Want a nice hat to wear. That's a good hat. That's a good hat. Let's see, bend over, donated $2. Couple of Palestinian freaks are calling me N-word in the replies. Do you subhuman bastards think I care? Would rather be an N-word than be a Palestinian. Well, so much for them being about tolerance and all that shit. Women do not care what you do, but you will not gaslight me into thinking that pose and outfit is appropriate. Women in media are so good at using their sexuality to get ahead. Oh, she's jealous of all the pretty girls. Yeah, she's literally just jealous of all the pretty girls. It's funny, she's literally a female incel. What a dumb bitch. Yeah. Would you date a girl who has ugly, disgusting hip dips? Only women care about this. Never heard of a man bringing it up at all. Women cause all their self-esteem problems. Yep, there's literally no dudes who've ever complained about that horse shit. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Love my gum gum. You're so beautiful, gum gum. Oh.
Hiya!
You're no samurai, climbing around like a monkey. Looking for redemption? You won't find it here.
So is this just a really big fucking hill that's in the way for no reason? God damn it. Yeah, overwhelming enemy forces. So I'm not...
The eagle is inside, but I can't get back in. Not yet.
It doesn't let you.
There's no way inside.
God damn it. Fuck off. Can this fucking horse stop running away from me? What are you doing?
Horse!
Oh my god. Fucking horse. No, I wouldn't bother smoking cigars. Jason fucked it.
I'm not a big fan of Kobe beef. Like when they slice Kobe beef and they talk about how expensive it is because of all the marbling, I'm like, that thing's dying. That is a sick animal, like a severely morbidly obese human being. If you took a slice out of them, it's gonna look like that. Fat is everywhere. It overcomes the food. It like coats your mouth. Meat, I like grass-fed beef. I like a dark, rich ribeye steak, like a cow's supposed to look. Like.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Quickly, cousin.
We'll get through this.
Come and fight! Correct shit num. Yeah!
You're doing good, cousin.
Hey!
He's gone.
Oh, is that more archers?
Hiya!
Might do that crap later.
If you can handle yourself in a fight, come here.
Come and fight! Yeah!
No! God damn it! bitch. What? What the fuck? That's so annoying. Dumbass, donate another $2.
If you really wanna
That's
kill-
great, Joe Rogan. Thanks for the donation, dude. Don't fucking care. I've seen all the stupid Joe Rogan episodes where he talks about meat. Don't bother sending me them.
Stand and fight me!
Suksod baiga. Surteyu.
What the fuck? I fucking blocked that, by the way. Eat shit.
Dosho! Dosho! Dosho, Turgil!
It's very hard to see anything.
Чи сонсогдоод ирээд явц. Ой, өнөөхийг чи хардаа. Тэр биш вэ? Ой, өнөөхийг чи хардаа. Арчи. Sumoda! Harakuy way.
No, what? Oh my god. Yep. I don't have the patience for this horse shit. I'm just done today. Whatever. Screw it. Jason Titfuck.
So this is meat.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude. Alright, I'm gonna try to get some more sleep. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Should be streaming tomorrow night around the usual time, about 6. Should be, assuming my sleep isn't really fucked. But thanks again, everybody.